Hello, everyone. We are getting ready to get started in a second here. But, oh, it's a Josh stream night. That is true. Alex, I don't think I've ever seen you on D&D streams. Actually, wait, that's because I always stream on weekends. Well, actually, technically, I always stream on, like, Friday or Saturday, which is still the weekends. But, yes, it is. Alex, how's it going, mate? Welcome in, Gar. Welcome in all of the players and Joel, the man, the myth, the legend, the power mod himself. All right, just give me a second. Gonna go read a story to my daughter and put her to bed. Oh, that's awesome, Gar. Take all the time you need, my guy. We'll be here. You're just always busy, man. I feel for you. Well, welcome in. We always love having you here. Either way, always. Obviously, This is organizing by the wrong thing. I need to change this. No. Configure permissions. No. Manual. Haha! Why is that there? Okay, there. My notes were out of order, and I didn't like it. It hurt. Oh, Lord. I just realized I need to name a couple NPCs still, which is fine. Anyways, welcome in, everyone. As anybody that was here last time had heard, we had to move to today, Tuesday, because Saturday we just had a bunch of different things happen in the stream. The stream was scuffed, let's be honest. So, nevertheless, we're here Tuesday. We're going to get into the recap here in a second. Alex, have you ever seen the recaps? I don't know if you've been here or not. I feel like you saw one. But one thing to mention is that we've been having some weird internet issues as of late. I dropped a bunch of frames on my stream on Sunday, and it stopped sporadically, like out of nowhere. So I don't know. We may have some of that tonight as well, which would suck. In fact, am I recording locally? Oh, that would suck to have that in the recording. Ooh, but I don't want... Wait, hold on. Hold on. I want to see what this option is. There's a replay buffer. Oh, wait. Wait, that says record. Can I just do this? Record. It's recording. Well, that's unfortunate because it's like going to be weirdly spliced, but who cares? Zortex, how's it going, man? So, Alex, we have been doing recaps a little differently. Since session 1, I don't narrate the recaps just like to the players at the start of the session. We do them a little differently. I'll show you what we mean by that. But first, so here's the thing, guys. Every time we start stream, I give a few announcements. I say hi to chat. We talk for a little bit. And then I unmute myself and listen to what the first thing is that's said by the players.
That session, though, was that in the previous session when we went up this mountain...
Okay, it's not that bad.
Some goats, but the goats... Hi.
That wasn't as bad of an intro as last time.
That wasn't that bad. It's just
I was really ready to hear like something bad with these goats, but
you were saying the goats exploded in a million different pieces.
Right? Yes, that's what happened.
And then we painted a mosaic with their blood.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, chat. Well, we just spoiled the rest of the session, but you know, it's fine. So welcome everybody. Zortex, hello. How's your night going, my friend? Isn't it somebody's birthday today? Unless Julie is here, probably not. Just kidding, lol. Happy birthday, Nick.
Happy birthday,
Happy birthday!
Gar remembered Nick, aka Gar's birthday. Yes.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Hey.
Alex says, Nick, happy birthday. And
Yeah, Nick and chat.
oh yeah, I forgot. I narrate what chat says all the time. Feels like I'm watching Hollywood Squares. Better than the last intro of It's Super Big. Don't worry about it.
That was amazing.
That was hilarious.
Super big, don't worry about it.
Oh, all right. So we're gonna pause the music because we're already at 7:30, so we may as well start this recap.
Okay.
The players can tune into the stream. And does anybody have any questions or anything before we start? Comments, concerns? Otherwise,
Did we level up?
you did not yet, right?
How about
I have
now?
no idea what... I thought you were going to recalculate our XP, so I stopped paying attention to it.
No, I know you
I
haven't
haven't
leveled
got
up
to
yet. Not yet. You may after this session, but I don't know. I will
haven't
go
done
through
so
and
long.
actually
I think it depends on what we end up doing.
Yeah, I mean, as
could die.
always, for sure. That will not level you up, just so you know.
I mean, it kind of does.
Yeah.
You level up as a new person.
Sure.
All right, let's start the recap.
Sigh of sorrow.
Bit. All right.
And on that note,
So players, we're gonna start this. Or players, chat. We're gonna start this recap up, and we will see you guys. We kept this recap actually under 10 minutes. I'm impressed and surprised, and also, I don't have an also. So we'll see you guys in about 10 minutes.
wow.
May and Laren brought Zeos' unconscious body to Gar's room. Gar awoke from the edge of sleep to open the door, and the group checked Zeos for signs of what may have caused him to fall unconscious. Gar was able to identify that it didn't seem to occur from any physical trauma, but was almost reminiscent of a drunken sailor passed out due to causes beyond their control. Gar attempted to give Zeos a bit of water, just in case he was extremely dehydrated by some chance, but to no avail. Over the course of conversation, Gar glanced back and was certain that Zeos had stopped breathing, and so did the logical thing. Told someone to give him mouth-to-mouth while Gar proceeded to give chest compressions for the clearly dying Zeos, and though unnecessary, once Gar saw that Zeos was breathing normally, he ceased chest compressions. Gar assessed that Zeos appeared to simply be sleeping, and did not appear to be in any dire danger, and very well may wake up the next morning, but May remembered hearing that elves usually trance instead of sleeping, and cannot be put to sleep magically, and so the group decided to take Zeos to a local temple in Harmony for assistance from a cleric. Laren went to get Mavis before the group left, and as the group left the tavern, not taking time to re-equip any gear before leaving, the music stopped as all eyes in the tavern witnessed quite the event. A female cleric in a simple tunic with a shirtless, scaly-skinned elf over her shoulder, followed by a shirtless dragonborn in simple pants, a gnome with a sack slung over his shoulder, and a half-elf, being the only one that looked relatively normal. Onlookers probably thought this poor elf was about to undergo a hazing, as the party was quite the sight to behold at this moment, but duty called. As the party traveled under the moonlight through the bright cobblestone streets of Harmony, eventually Mavis asked what had happened, and if anyone had tried any basic form of healing, and the group rested under one of the lampposts along the streets, heeding Mavis's suggestion. The light from the lamppost itself emanated a constant hum that harmonized in tone with the next one on the sidewalk. Mavis attempted to gently bow to an elderly couple that passed by, but the weight of his items in his new bag that was not a bag of holding put him off balance, and he face-planted onto the stone, causing the couple to quicken their pace and walk away, an outcome that Mavis was happy with. Gar casted Healing Word on Zeos, and as the magic finished sinking into Zeos' body, he gently opened his eyes to see his group, disheveled as they may have looked at this moment, staring back at him. Zeos tried to recall what happened, but was unable to remember anything after casting the Comprehend Languages spell, as Zeos noted the pounding pain in his chest from Gar's chest compressions and a splitting headache from whatever happened to him. After making sure that Zeos was okay, the group returned to the Rumor's Reach to sleep for the night. The group awoke the next morning and discussed the document from the night previous. Zeos contemplated if the fact that the document was connected to Ilmater was part of the reason that he was able to be put to sleep. Mavis grew curious about this document and asked to see it himself, and though May was a bit apprehensive and made absolutely certain to maintain its safety, she gently retrieved the document to show the group again. Mavis was able to identify a portion of the document written in Gnomish that read, "In times of turmoil, the darkness may even illuminate the light." This line confused the group a bit, but they figured that it must deal with the balance of darkness and light, that the two define each other in a way. The party did note a section of the text that seemed to be partially written in Celestial, but impossible to read without knowing the other language interspersed within it, like jumbling a sentence by switching between languages in the middle. Although Zeos did note that whatever the other language was, it was written in Dwarvish script. Gar added that he had been reading a lot of the connection and opposition between the Prime Elementals and Creation's song, and wondered if the other language was primordial, however it is still unconfirmed. The group ate breakfast and decided to purchase a carriage for their journey to the Cloud Spires. As the group was leaving the tavern, Mavis gave Gar a strange device that he crafted the night before, a stone with a vague image of Mavis's face carved into it. The stone was wrapped in copper wire with a red button on its side and a funnel-like object attached to the mouth of the carved face. Mavis explained that the item only worked once a day, but that it will emulate whatever Gar did the other day. What Mavis did not realize was the sending spell. May, Zeos, and Laren made their way to the stables on the southeast end of town. After Zeos calculated the time and distance they would need the carriage for, Zeos paid the 20 gold for the rental plus a 5 gold security deposit. May asked if there was a map available, but the stable worker told her that she'd have to get that from a general goods store in town, which she proceeded to do. Zeos asked if there were any notable towns on the road east, and the main one that the worker could think of was a town called Taewe, which he described as a small, simple town, but somewhere that they could get supplies. Eventually, the rest of the group arrived at the stables and proceeded to depart on the journey to the Cloud Spires. The group traveled for approximately 8 hours before stopping for the evening and setting up camp in the midst of a small gathering of trees a bit off the dirt road they had been following. While discussing the possible wildlife in the area, Mavis asked May what it was like further north, as all Mavis had ever known was his home in Sunset Valley. The group discussed much of the land of Ador that they have heard of so far, when May mentioned Nidon, the city of coin, as it was where her father was from, and where she lived for a while once her parents had passed. Gar remembered that the merchant at A Pocket in Time had mentioned that Nidon was the city where a vendor was said to have traveled to after purchasing the pocket watch that May was looking for. May stated that she would search the thriving metropolis of Nidon from top to bottom if she had to find it. During Gar's watch, he sat in the soft grass looking up at the stars, as his mind began to connect stars into shapes of waves, shapes of small distant islands, bringing back memories of Gar's time with his crew. In this moment, Gar realized that he's finally started the process of moving on from the pain of his past, yet still feeling the grip on his past, not wanting to fully let go. Before Gar's watch ended, he began to craft a dastardly plan, one that involved him stuffing a bunch of grass into his bedroll as he rushed over to Laren and May, claiming that he could not wake up whoever it was, and his magic was not working. As the two of them rushed over to the bedroll to figure out what was wrong, all of the grass fell out, and Gar quickly walked away, leaving May and Laren with a sigh of both relief and disappointment that they fell for such mischief. Finally, Zeos took his watch and spent most of his time reading the Sylvan language book that he had rented from the library. As the group awoke the next morning, they quickly packed up camp, ate some rations, and continued along the dirt road they had been following. After a few hours of travel, the group noticed an overturned carriage on the path. May stopped the party's carriage about 100 feet away and everyone disembarked, and pretty quickly noticed the blood on the ground, the wheel tracks leading to the broken carriage, and the dead bodies that laid scattered on the ground. Those of the group from Sunset Valley recalled the time they were ambushed by goblins using a broken carriage as bait on the road to Stoneworth, and so proceeded with caution. Before approaching the cart, May handed a platinum ring to Zeos to be able to cast Warding Bond on him if it was needed. Upon approaching the carriage, the party was able to identify 4 dead commoners and 3 dead bandits. Laren checked the bandits for any symbols of the Knox family, but was unable to find any. Everyone seemed to have died from some very powerful blunt force to their bodies, and Gar was able to spot some large, deep humanoid footprints in the ground, recalling that they looked very similar to footprints that Gork the Cyclops would have made, but even larger, as though Gork was only an adolescent. As Gar pointed this out, suddenly the massive, looming, silhouetted figure of a Cyclops appeared standing over the group from a small 10-foot cliff next to the road, letting out a loud roar at the group and brandishing a massive great club aggressively toward them. Very quickly, the group realized that this Cyclops packed quite a punch, nearly knocking May unconscious immediately, but the group banded together and assaulted the Cyclops with a barrage of attacks, quickly turning the tide of battle. When it looked as though the group had the upper hand, a second Cyclops appeared from the opposite direction, holding a massive boulder that he launched through the air toward Laren, narrowly missing her. Amidst the frenzy of flames from Mavis, the flurry of spells from Zeos, Laren's precise arrows, and May and Gar holding the front lines wielding divine magic, the group dispatched the first Cyclops, which caused the second one to enter a blind rage towards the group, as all of its attention suddenly focused on Gar, the one that struck the final blow against the other Cyclops. The group focused all of its power on this final Cyclops, Zeos even unleashing a massive fireball against it, but in Cyclops' rage, it managed to knock Gar unconscious, very clearly not going to relent, preparing to go in for the kill. May rushed over to Gar, preparing a healing spell to restore him to consciousness, when all of a sudden Mavis noticed May stop just as she reached Gar's body. She slowly turned her attention to the Cyclops, dropped her shield to the ground, and wielded her flail with both hands, attempting to bring the Cyclops down once and for all. Just as the Cyclops nearly reached Gar, Zeus unleashed a final chromatic acid orb that pierced through the skull of the Cyclops, causing it to fall dead. Mavis rushed to Gar's body in just enough time to heal him back to consciousness, as Gar nearly died from bleeding out. As Gar's eyes slowly opened, seeing Mavis's figure standing over him, Gar reached out and simply pulled Mavis in for a hug. As the group recovered from battle, May and Laren began digging graves for the dead commoners and for the bandits. Mavis, Gar, and Zeus investigated the broken carriage, and Mavis managed to find a small box filled with gold and a ring lying on top of the gold. Once all the dead had been buried, May said a prayer over each of the graves and tied a bit of red string around the makeshift gravestones. The party took a moment to breathe before continuing on their journey towards the Cloud Spires, to hopefully, finally, get some answers to the questions surrounding this memoriam that they hold. All right.
All
Oh,
right.
man.
I'm so disappointed in myself. I missed that transition. Oh,
I saw it and I looked over at
disgusting.
you to see if you noticed, and then your face was like, your eyes doubled in size.
oh,
It
God.
looks so good, man.
That was amazing.
Yeah. Oh my God. Okay.
Josh, I
Yep.
quit.
What? Wait, what do you quit this time? You already quit mod duty. You can't do it again.
You
What do
made
you-
our party token a sloth.
He did. It's called
name's
Frankie.
Yep.
And isn't he gorgeous?
His name's
He's a
Frankie.
Reflection. Hello, please. There we go.
Yep, it was by. Hey, here we go by majority vote, and 3 out of 5 members voted for it without you. So,
Yes, sir. This is the democracy.
oh, all
I
right.
didn't even know we were getting a
Calling
party
for a
thing.
recount.
I mean, at the very least,
won't make no
unfortunately for
difference.
those that don't want it, this session, it's Frankie. Relish it while you can. The rest of you guys, it may change.
It'll be a
soon.
new sloth next session.
Frankie's a cat and she's fat. It's not a sloth.
All right.
Yeah,
So,
it's true, but
as the events of the battle with the Cyclops sort of, and actually we can activate the other scene for this so that it kind of helps, because you guys are still here in this wilderness, looking out as far as you can. There continues to be, like, not really grasslands like before, almost like gently rolling hills, with occasional gatherings of trees that almost form small forests at times, probably ones that aren't even named with how small they are. Where is it? There it is. So we can activate this at the very least, that you guys have that. With one Cyclops still kind of dead body scattered over some of the remains of this this broken down carriage, and the other Cyclops over resting on the side of this small pond. A few minutes go by in silence after these graves have been dug. The bits of red string gently just blowing in the wind, a gentle breeze. As you hear, and your 2 horses that were drawing the carriage from before seem to have rejoined in this general area after things have calmed down, as Gar, one of them, comes up to you and kind of nuzzles its nose towards you, as you and May have been the 2 that have been guiding this so far. Seems like your unique driving style has not off-put them too much, so...
Good to know.
it's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
I mean, it works wonders.
Hey, it got you there. With the sun still relatively overhead, it's probably about noon. It's pretty directly overhead now. The horses rejoined. All 5 of you gathered around it, loosely around these graves. What would you like to do?
Could you remind me what was in the box that I found again? You said there was some gold, and I can't remember if there was something else.
And a
Yeah,
ring.
there was a gold and a ring, and you pocketed the ring immediately.
And the gold.
And
The gold you closed in the box, I thought, and put the box in your bag. No, I think you just took
I don't
the
have a
box
bag
with
of holding anymore.
you. Right, so you
So-
would have taken the box with you, and you didn't take any time to count it.
Okay, I didn't. Okay.
Was the ring just a generic ring, or did we identify it? Did we know?
Didn't
I
do
don't-
nothing
He
with
hasn't
it.
told
We don't
everybody
know.
about the ring yet. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mavis,
Just said we didn't know Zeus took it, but Mavis is there.
I did roll. I think I rolled the stealth check for it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you rolled a
No,
sleight of
sorry.
hand, and it
Sleight of hand,
passed
that's right.
everyone's passive
Rolled
perceptions.
a really
so.
good sleight of hand.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. So, sorry, I'll just jot that down real quick.
Yeah.
Golden ring.
Who ended up healing me?
Mavis
Mavis.
healed you. May and Mavis were the first two you saw in your vision as you came to. You saw May standing proudly over the body, albeit still about 20 feet away, of this Cyclops in the water. As I say, you would have noticed in the moment, she looked over and seemed normal, like as she looked in your direction, and Mavis just standing over you. The last little bits of magic leaving one of his medicated wipes swiping across your chest.
Thank you, Mavis.
Yeah, don't mention it.
I'm giving May side glances the whole time.
Are you buy these
Gar-
frames? I'm not looking at you.
Are you all right?
I'll be okay. Perhaps I'll be able to get some rest in while May continues our path to the east.
Yeah, you could sleep in the back, and I can ride up front with me. Help guide things along a bit.
Sure. Do I notice him just like staring down May?
Are you being subtle,
No,
Mavis?
I'm being subtle.
Okay.
about it.
If you're trying to be subtle, roll me
I can roll sleight
a...
of hand if you want.
This isn't so much sleight of hand. I'd say roll deception in this case, but with advantage, because there's nothing in particular that... Okay.
Okay, that's good. That's all right.
Given the fact that he is talking about this, you can roll insight if you were thinking you were going to, Gar.
I just
But he has wisdom.
I'm only like trying to see if I'm noticing anything off about Mavis. Not necessarily that
Yeah.
he's-
I mean,
so-
this would probably tell that, because he is trying to hide it. Well, keeping an eye on Mavis. Mavis is Mavis. You've been with him for 6, almost 7 months now. You can tell when he's just being Mavis and when he's a little bit off. And right now, he is shooting the occasional glance, almost inquisitive glance, over at May. And you can see
I've
pretty
never
clearly.
offered to sit in the front.
That too. That has been out of character for him.
Would I recognize that Gar looks off from seeing Mavis look
Does Zeo see Laren's?
God damn it.
Now I wonder if Zeo sees Laren see Gar look at Mavis looking at May. And if May sees
Cyclops
Zeo.
comes back to life, he sees all of us looking, he's like, what's up, bro?
I
Laren?
wouldn't have acted upon it. I would have just taken note of it.
I was gonna say, Laren, you can see Gar glance at everyone. Nothing about it in particular tells you that he's looking for something here.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right. Well, that was exciting, but we
Yes.
should keep going. Yes.
Actually, what time of day is it right now?
It's about noonish, maybe a little bit past. You guys got a pretty good start on the day, and you only traveled for a few hours before you encountered this, not really crossroads, but slight detour.
Okay.
And given the fact that the fight with the Cyclopes, Joel, I'm very upset that you told me this. Only took 4 rounds, which was about half a minute. You guys made pretty quick work of him. So
I'm gonna
Wow.
climb into the back of the cart.
Right.
Laren, give me a hand.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
yeah, it doesn't take that much. Like you're feeling the effects definitely of exhaustion here without being exhausted. It took it out of you.
Feeling bruised and
Yeah, exactly. The two of you guys.
I'll hop in the back as well.
All right. The 3 of you guys mount up in the back of the carriage. The
I
horses,
struggle to hop up in the front, but I do it.
for the hell of it, make me a.
I mentioned it.
You have your ladder.
You
don't
said struggle.
I do.
Did you take that with you?
It was in my bag of holding.
Yeah, so it's in
Oh,
Zeus's bag of
hold on,
holding.
I have a list of
I think
stuff,
Zeus
Dave.
has it.
Yeah, because you just dumped it all in there.
I have stuff to add to my bag of holding. I got.
I didn't include it in that list, but it would be
30-foot
there.
hemp rope blanket, broken
blankets.
steel cylinder,
there's a lot.
crowbar, hammer,
There's a lot.
6 pillows,
Don't forget the stool.
10 pitten,
Or the broomstick,
2
or the
rugs,
fucking
6
broomstick.
stools, 5
Yeah.
javelin, 4 morning
a
stars,
lot of
7
stuff.
7 blankets. What did you pick
Yeah.
up 7 blankets?
In the underground
Might get
base.
cold. What?
He picked them up in the
necessary.
underground base with the Order of the Dark
So,
Knight over in
I need
Stoneworth.
to add in 1 step
Ladder.
stool.
1 step ladder.
Yeah.
Yep.
What are you doing, step ladder?
God dang it.
1 short person helper height.
All right.
Zeos is the one that gets to name the items now.
I do.
So
I just need to go
for the sake of it, though, Mavis, it's not too much of a struggle. You're able to use some of the surrounding wheel and chassis of this carriage
Oh,
in
it's
order
very
to get up to the
impressive.
front.
I know.
Yeah, you know, it gets the job done. No
American
flips or
Ninja
anything
Warrior.
yet. May, you and Mavis take your seats up front with this awkward silence where the breeze kind of just is too loud. If that makes any sense. It's too noticeable. And with the 3 of you guys in the back of the carriage, Gar, you're going to be trying to recover a little bit. Laren and Zeos, anything in particular that you guys are doing?
I'm gonna continue reading my book
Okay.
during the journey. So
Sure.
I'd just be sitting next to Gar, making sure he's okay, quietly, also kind of just listening to surroundings. And
Sure.
such.
Okay. Make me a perception check.
All right. First
Am
roll
I
of the day.
able to get a short rest in the back of the cart?
I'll say you're going for one right now, and we'll see what happens along the way.
Oh,
Okay,
I see.
12. All right. So, May and Mavis. May and Mavis.
Mavis.
As the horses, can you make me an animal handling check, May?
Oh, right. This isn't something I'm particularly great. Oh.
But you're
I will
focused
not.
on it.
I
And
appreciate
Yeah.
every single roll.
these
with
horses
that
Oh,
phrase.
yeah.
are your escape right now.
Save me.
I will be keeping an eye out.
Sure. Make a perception
Also
check.
an eye on.
Yeah, make a perception check.
May. Okay. Perception. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Not bad, not bad.
As the gentle clacking of hooves begins along, well, it wouldn't really be clacking. You'd hear more of a thud as they dig into the dirt a little bit with this dirt road, and you continue kind of on this northern curve that gradually continues east. Off in the distance, probably several miles out, you start to see a mountain range begin to form. It's still pretty far out to really be able to tell specifics, but forests that seem to be a part of this mountain range, trees that go up into the mountains themselves, and several minutes, or however long you would wait for,
I would wait about 2 minutes.
2 exact minutes go by, as all of a sudden,
So did a Cyclops harm you in the past, or your family, or something?
No. No. Not at all.
No. Oh, okay. Okay. Is there like a special rule for Cyclops in the Ilmater scriptures? Like, don't kill anything except for Cyclops. Kill those.
No, that's usually reserved for fiends and undead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So why?
Why what?
You deviated from your expected function, which was to heal Gar, to not cause harm. You abhor violence. Why'd you deviate?
I suppose it felt like the right thing to do.
It's a check.
sure, May, go ahead and roll to me.
I'm proficient in that? What?
Why
Not
are
the
you
very.
proficient in it?
Why'd I have to say some shit? Rolled an 11.
I'm so nervous.
I know. Mavis, as May says, Wait, what did you
Seems
say
the right thing to
exactly?
do.
It seemed like the
I
right thing to
said-
do.
Yeah.
You see her, she's pretty composed. You're not really able to tell one way or the other.
You know, Gar almost died, right? I expected you to come up and heal him as you have in the past, and he almost died. If I can't trust you to do what you said you would, and what you have done, that might be a problem.
It should not happen again. So I wouldn't worry too much on it.
See that it doesn't. But if it does, we'll have longer words.
I understand.
And I want to understand. So if and when you want to tell me, do. Until then, I have an extra pair of eyes on you.
And I pull out Frederick.
You see him pull out this small, almost crab-shaped, in the way its legs are, turret that you've seen so often before, and it doesn't have eyes on it. And it doesn't move right now.
Understood.
Okay. So how much further?
We have a long while.
Good.
I settle back, and now just keep an eye out on the horizon.
Okay. As there's a tense, waitful moment in the front of the carriage. Were you guys whispering at all?
I was speaking quieter than May normally does.
He wasn't like, hey, what about this thing? He was like, he's speaking, but not like this loud.
Okay.
He's slightly hushed down.
You know what? Laren and Zeos, make perception checks for me.
Do I need to
don't want to look
roll
at what it
shoot?
is. Okay.
Damn it, Zeus.
Zeos. Laren, you're kind of distracted, focusing on making sure that the guards are covered, that there's nobody sneaking up on you, that there's no more Cyclops, yes, out there getting ready to ambush you. Zeos, in between reading this book, it's like when your brain goes on autopilot and you start reading the words, but it's also picking up things in the background. You pick up bits and pieces of the conversation. You can feel the tension from the back of the carriage. You can hear bits where Mavis is talking about an expected function and an extra pair of eyes on May. And May seeming very composed. And you know what? For this, make an insight check for me. Yeah. Seeming very composed at whatever it was, and agreeing to whatever Mavis is seemingly enforcing. You did hear mention of Gar's name as well. So do with that what you will.
Noted.
So, is there anything else anyone is doing for the foreseeable future of this ride?
Looking straight ahead.
Just shooting May a glance every now and then.
Paying zero
Actually,
attention to the glance.
Okay.
there's a symbol that we know of that Athenor has used and others, right, for the Order of the Dark Knight.
Yeah,
We've
it looks
seen it before.
almost like a... In fact, do I have a handout for that?
I can't remember if me, the player, has seen it before.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know if I
There's
have
a-
a handout for that.
You might still have them on Roll20.
Yeah, that would take too long to go get, unfortunately. Let me see if I can make that in the meantime. But it almost looks a little bit like not really an M, but an M-shaped symbol.
I like it already.
It doesn't actually look like the letter M. You get the feeling they're not actually trying to make it an M, but that's the closest letter you can think of to describe it. And underneath it is a not so straight, but kind of jagged line.
Okay. Oh, I actually remember that from the first time you ran this campaign on the
Yeah.
paper. That's right.
Yep.
Then I'm looking like a close look at May to see if that's anywhere on her.
Okay. Are you ever... You're just looking from a distance, yeah?
I'm right next to her.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not like
Like,
hey, let me
like
see.
moving her equipment and everything. Okay. Go ahead and make a... This would be a perception check, because you're trying to see it amidst everything on her. So,
Okay.
yeah,
I put
you
the,
All good.
aren't
put the
able to see
emblem
it.
in the chat.
Hmm?
I put the emblem in the chat. In
Oh.
our Discord chat.
Nice.
Oh, sweet. And that's
Yep,
one
that's
of the things
the
I'm looking
one.
for, or just any designation of any kind. But keeping a special eye out for that one.
Yeah, perception check, even with a 7, you'd notice, I mean, the symbol for Ilmater on her armor, on the shoulder pieces.
Is that the beads wrapped around the hand?
It looks like
symbol,
2
or-
hands tied with
That's
some
right.
sort of cloth, and it is red even on her pauldrons, the cloth itself. And then obviously you see her holy symbol that she always carries with her on some prayer beads that is the same symbol.
Okay.
And you're clutching it tight. Okay.
All right.
But both of you, well, actually, Mavis already has for looking around. May, go ahead and make me a perception check as well. Okay. A couple hours go by. Gar, make me a Constitution saving throw.
You gonna die. If you do, sus. Heavy sus.
Okay. You're able to get a short rest in over this time, so go ahead and roll whatever hit dice you would roll.
Okay.
Okay.
So, after a couple hours of riding on this carriage, you begin to approach these mountain ranges. Although before you get to the mountain ranges, which still seem like probably, from this distance, you estimate maybe 30, 40 miles out. It's still a ways. A forest begins to really kind of pick up around here. Yes, a forest picks up. You approach a forest on this on this dirt road.
Then
Run,
Yeah. Gar, at this time, I'd say you would be awake. You've got a couple hours of sleep in, and you feel pretty good.
I didn't think I was trying to sleep.
Yeah, exactly. So
Right.
you're not actually sleeping. You were just resting for a bit.
Yeah.
So you're awake now. If you would be looking out, you can make me a perception check. Okay. Gar. During this time, as the forest begins to come into view, you all... Well, the sun sort of starts to... Let's see, at this point, it's about 3 p.m.-ish. The sun is starting to reach the horizon. It's not like fall, so it's still sunny out. And you're traveling east towards the direction of the sun. When something catches your eye, Gar, from the forest, off to your left, probably a couple hundred feet, you swear you see a figure stare straight at you guys, at the group, and then gently turn and walk into the forest.
Wait, did you say Odin?
Yep.
I just realized what you meant.
Yeah.
Darren, Zeus,
Yes.
that way. A figure. Do you see it?
As
Did
you
we
guys
see
look in that direction, Laren and Zeus, make new perception checks for me for this in particular. And
I don't.
Gar,
I might see it.
I just whispered you a little bit of extra as well.
Oh, sweet nothings.
because of your perception check that way.
I thought you were talking to Gar in the chat and not me.
Oh no.
Um,
Okay.
could I?
Wow.
Could,
Sure, go ahead. You can whisper me. Zeos, because of that perception check, you looking out into this, as Gar says, do you see that over there? Not exactly where he's pointing, but a little bit off to the side. You do see something. It's not where he was pointing, which is a little strange. But you see this vaguely human figure staring back. Almost, you swear it's seemingly staring straight at you, Zeos, as it almost does this sort of gesture, and then turns and walks into the forest.
Did I see that too, or did it
Laren,
pass my view?
you catched just...
Was it humanoid looking?
It was indeed humanoid looking, Zeos. Laren... Actually, yes. You do see. You do see also a humanoid looking figure. This figure looks a little bit older in age, probably, and appears to be staring straight at you. As you make eye contact with it, and it notices that you notice it, it turns and gently walks into the forest.
Did ours all look differently? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, you don't know exactly. You know what each of you have seen.
Okay. Can you describe mine again? Because I only remember what you just told her now.
Yeah, yours appeared humanoid, probably not young, but not too old. Almost looking like maybe they had some sort of robe on. And all of you make me intelligence checks. Not all of you, the three of you that have seen something.
Intelligence?
Mm-hmm.
Intelligence build check. I'm gonna roll crap.
Okay,
All
pretty
right.
good.
Hey, that's a good one.
I'm saying that because every time I said that at my last campaign, I actually didn't roll crap like I was rolling with all those ones.
He's not still at disadvantage for those, right?
No,
This
that
is-
was only 24 hours, and that was like a day ago. Yes. That was from the 26th.
Did we have a short rest or a long rest since then? We took off the next day. Like, we just went over the recap. There was the scene with all of us half naked.
Mm-hmm.
And then you woke up the next morning having disadvantage on intelligence checks.
and we left. Yeah.
But then
Yeah,
you
we
guys
left
slept on the
next
road.
day.
We slept
Did we
on
sleep?
the road.
Oh, we
Yeah.
did. The camping.
did.
You're
Yep.
right.
We camped once.
Yeah,
You're
so,
right.
no, Zeos feels fine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, good call, though.
It's on my
Let's
notes.
see.
Sweet. I trust your notes, so I've seen them.
Yeah. It's literally dated with area of the 26th, 24 hours I have in exhaustion, and then Mira the 27th the next day. So I'm like, okay, I'm good now.
Yep. That's what's up.
I do see something, Gar. Someone, I guess.
Same.
A dragonborn.
You saw a Dragonborn?
No, just me. I'm the only one that saw a dragonborn.
Wait, you?
I believe
That's
so.
what I was asking. You saw a Dragonborn?
Yes, it looked like a female dragonborn.
I
Did I notice any scale colors, or could I tell from this distance? Or
They're a couple hundred feet out and appeared under, like, the shadows coming from the surrounding forest that they backed into. So color would have been difficult to tell. You rolled a 20 on perception.
Your call.
Yeah. I'll say you weren't able to tell color.
Did I notice? Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I saw a more humanoid-looking figure. Definitely
I
wasn't
mean,
a
I'm
Dragonborn.
humanoid. But dragonborn are humanoid in shape.
Well, I meant more like, a human than Dragonborn. More,
The only difference really between you and I is size and tail.
have a tail.
Yes,
Gar does have a
Have
tail.
you never noticed my tail?
Which, it's like in the middle of nowhere now, you suddenly realize, in the carriage.
Sorry. I thought Dragonborns didn't have tails.
Some do, some don't.
Okay, I guess
Yep.
my lore on that was all Dragonborns don't have tails, and that's why they're Dragonborns.
That's probably a bit of homebrew. Something that Zeos didn't necessarily know until this moment.
Okay.
I can confirm. It did not look dragonborn.
Yeah, no, it was definitely more, probably, similar. Would I know a similar, more shorter height? But I have an idea on what I saw now after you described all of this.
Yeah.
Rachel's just like, oh my god!
Actually, May and Mavis, you guys can make perception checks too on this. I do have a
here we
DC in mind on this.
Am I driving this cart? Like,
Yeah.
Everything that's happened.
They looked in the direction that I pointed, and I didn't see any other figures, right?
Nope, you didn't see any other figures.
Okay.
Mavis,
Oh.
Mavis, you're looking at May. May, you are not looking at Mavis.
No, I am not.
And
Are you looking that way? Look the road.
May, you also
Why would I
see,
go to the river?
as you hear from the back, Gar point this out, like pretty much anything to try and take your mind off of the situation. You look over and you actually see, you see 4 figures on the horizon.
Oh, okay.
On the horizon of this forest, like just outside of it. One of them, you swear, tosses a baton in the air.
Oh my god.
And before all 4 of them seem to motion towards you and back into the forest.
Right.
At this point, I'm just gonna stop the cart.
Sure, just
Wait, what are you doing? We're not there yet.
Wait. There's something odd about this forest.
Very.
How do you mean?
Yes.
What did you see in
We
the
all
forest?
saw a different figure over there in the forest,
Right.
gesturing
So
for us to come into it.
Female dragonborn.
I
Saw
messaged you, TG.
Something that looked like it was in robes, maybe?
Yes.
I saw an old man. Old human.
Who's that directed at? Was that a DM straight to me?
Yes,
Can't tell. Okay.
yes, it
Me?
is.
Did you see something?
Oh, whoa, okay. That's not what I was thinking.
With the robes and the general attire, the way they held themselves, you swear it
Okay,
reminded
yeah.
you of that.
That helps explain that a lot better. I was thinking something completely different before.
Right. Is this forest on the map that you have?
I'm gonna take out the map and I'm gonna check it.
Mhm.
What does the map say?
Make me. This would just be a straight intelligence check based on being able to read the map and where you are, how far you've traveled, your position compared to. Because there are tons of small forests in this area.
Tell me about
It's
it.
difficult to tell, although the thing that you do notice is that there are no named forests within several miles of where you guess you might be.
I'll just say, I don't see any forests with names, and then I'll kind of just pass it back to like show them.
Okay.
Did you all see something different then, or you all saw each other's?
We saw
You-
something
Well-
different. I mean, I saw a robed figure as well, but it was clearly a female dragonborn.
I saw
And
4
yours?
figures.
What's it, the
So-
rope?
Or
Wait,
4 figures.
Yes.
Mavis, did you see anything?
I wasn't looking that way. I was looking at the road, like I thought we were supposed to.
At that point, I'm gonna look at Maven.
Okay, so you all saw something different, and it all gestured for you to go into the forest.
Mine didn't gesture me to come into the forest, did it?
I missed that part because I was still trying to figure out the description. It did actually at the last minute before moving in gesture for that.
Yes. Yes.
DM's making stuff up on the fly? What?
Maybe we go around the forest. I feel like this is some
Something
sort of
tells me we
mind
shouldn't comply.
trickery. Yes.
Did they look familiar though to you? To any of you?
They
Mine
look
did.
familiar to me.
Me as
A
well.
female shape, the shape of a female dragonborn. Did it look familiar?
What was your intelligence check on that?
I mean, I have a question.
It was a
'cause I
16.
have a strong feeling I know who they are.
Uh-huh.
Would I?
Oh
know?
yeah. You
Okay.
know who they reminded you of.
Okay, good.
Yeah, there's one that came to mind based on the general way they held themselves.
Did you want to whisper it to me?
Yeah.
He's working on it, bro.
Actually, on second thought, maybe we should go into the forest.
Wait,
Why the sudden
Why?
change of heart, Gar? This sounds like a trap if ever I've heard one.
Well,
I'd have
we
to-
gotta be sure.
Well, we be sure by not going into it
How
directly.
about we do it for science?
Oh, I do like
I am
science. Okay, but
I
let's
am
not
as
just go
well.
directly to where they were, alright? We're gonna go around and then into the forest from a different way.
I feel like there's some sort of mind play at work here within this forest. And if that is correct, it could be where Chasiana
Taewe.
yes, where she is.
Thou
Privately
Rizzo.
walked within the forest and could not break whatever mind trickery is being played.
That could be.
That is a valid
Maybe it's the
point.
strength of the mind that has to be able to withhold it. And I didn't see anything, so. Maybe I'm immune.
So, for science.
But we don't go directly in. And we go stealthily. We leave the cart outside.
Just, poke our heads in. Just like the tip.
Just a tip?
Just the tip.
Okay.
So,
Alright, fine, but
you guys bringing the carriage like further along the road then, and just like trying to continue on a little bit and then enter from further in, or before you saw them? Does that make sense? Are you
I think
traveling
further
past
ahead
where you
would be
saw them?
easier.
Okay. Yeah, because
Yeah.
you are not yet in this. The road continues on and almost seems to travel into an area that is bordered on either side by a lot of trees, forest on either side of you. So as you travel into this, it's actually really peaceful. Some of these trees almost like grow together and meet overhead like an archway, with a few leaves gently falling from them and just landing softly onto the dirt path next to you. Sunlight seems to almost glance through the leaves as you travel through here, and these gentle rays of sun paint the dirt road in front of you as you travel along. It's a scenic route here and very beautiful. You travel for another few hundred feet where you feel like, okay, we're probably pretty good distance here. Stop the
Tie
carriage.
horses up.
So,
Like at some point, I want to tie the horses up.
Yeah,
I didn't
sure.
want to actually
Oh,
take
yeah,
the
I
carriage
done
like
that.
deep into the forest.
yeah,
at
the
all.
forest gets like pretty dense at some points. It seems like you probably could take them in if you wanted to at first, but it probably would have been difficult anyway. So you take the time
Wow.
afterwards, trying to memorize where you are here.
Yeah.
Something that stands out to you actually. Everyone make perception checks.
Oh, I'm great at these. Let's do this.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey,
That's not
it's not
terrible.
bad.
Perception.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. sure.
Okay. Laren, like pretty much as soon as you disembark from here, there's a lot of different oak trees here, a few birch trees, all very green leaf trees. And amidst this, that seem to travel on for several hundred feet, but amidst this, there's a single maple tree here that really just stands out. And you think that it would probably be a pretty good marker for where you left these horses.
Perhaps this tree. This might be a good place to post them up for now.
good eye. Yeah, that works.
Its
Maybe
orangish
right
yellow
behind them as
leaves
well.
stand out like a beacon among these green trees. As you take some time to tie the horses up there, disembark, and look into this forest, it again looks very scenic here. Like even the forest itself, it doesn't look like creepy ahead of you guys. It's
So
relaxing.
you said you all recognized the figures you saw, and in some way they were familiar to you?
Very much
Mine
so.
were.
Friendlies? Or otherwise?
Yes.
For all of you. I speak to Zeus and Gar. Zeus head nods. Alright, cool. Gar is still catatonic, it seems.
Sorry.
He's recovering.
I have no idea what you said to me. I was
Oh
very
my
deep in
God.
what I was like jotting down in my journal.
I was
Everything you
asking-
said just went whoosh.
I was asking if the figures looked friendly to you guys.
Yes, they did.
They did.
Interesting. So whoever showed these to you has enough knowledge about you to show you a friend.
Or it's possible that it's able to look into our memories.
Yes.
Better not be.
I think
Better not be. Are you hiding something from your past?
No, I don't want anything messing with my mind.
Oh, okay.
My most prized possession.
Perhaps it's
Let's have
Elmas
that look, Gar.
again.
You guys hear Gar, like, not really shout, but like kind of like whisper shout something in Draconic.
Do I hear him?
I was gonna say Zeo speaks Draconic.
Yeah, I'll whisper him.
Yeah,
You can just. You don't have to whisper. You can just say it in Draconic.
it's true.
Yeah, I don't trust that thing.
Yeah, that's
Sometimes it
fair.
works, sometimes it doesn't.
I think it gets messed up if you are like on the party token.
Yeah.
Because the party token.
If you're not selected on
Yeah.
it goes weird.
Mm-hmm. It's a bit
Make
strong.
sure you're on your token.
Strong.
Am I the only one who heard it?
Yeah. I mean, you were the one listening for it, and the one speaking into the forest here, and you hear a response in Draconic.
Well, I mean,
Do I?
Zeos would have heard and understood me, so would he
Yeah,
have
I'd probably
potentially
be
been listening out as well?
I would say that at the time that all this conversation is going on, when he hears you, you're at like the start of these trees, getting ready to head in. Zeus is still with the group as they're tying up the carriage here, so he doesn't hear this response.
Did it sound how I would expect it to sound?
It's difficult to tell given how far it probably was and the whisper, but yeah, nothing.
How far were it when I saw them?
Probably 100 feet.
I'm asking all the questions, Josh.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you are.
Well,
I'll answer them all that I can. I mean, given the fact of how far you would be able to hear something like that, probably 100 feet.
right, there.
Well,
Yes.
And I point at where I see the figure.
You didn't actually see a figure. Oh, I did say you see a figure. Yes.
said I saw
Yes,
a
I'm sorry.
figure.
You saw them. No, you did see them, but did I not say it in there? I didn't even finish my sentence. Give me a second.
In the meantime, I would
Josh.
just say that I'm a bit exhausted from the last fight, so we should avoid any conflict if possible.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
I can't believe I
Avoid
didn't
conflict.
type that.
Avoid the conflict now. Okay.
So,
does
what
that
are you guys
mean?
Are
doing?
you alright, Mavis?
I'm perfectly fine. This is just a weird forest.
Actually, I wanted to ask: do I get a weird vibe in this forest? Like, is there like
Make me
arcana
a
check, anything like that? Is
whiz
it like
check.
static electricity? Yeah, vibe check. Does it pass the vibe check?
Mavis, make me a vibe check. Make me a wisdom check.
This forest is lit.
Nothing stands out to you, but I mean,
It's
you
not
can
vibing,
see
bro.
It's not vibe.
nothing stands out to you really one way or the other, but definitely nothing stands out like aggressive or anything. This almost feels like you can see between the trees here. It's almost like an inviting oak forest that transitions into pine with leaves along the ground, almost like it would be turning to fall.
I only mean that May always wants to avoid combat, so I don't know why there's a specification for it now.
Right. But there, I had saw the figure again, just ahead, about 100 feet or so.
Did we all see ours again, by the way?
Nope.
Okay.
It's as I expected. The figure was someone I recognized.
Who is this person to you, if you
I'm
want to
gonna
say?
look out while he's saying that to see if I can see the figure I saw.
Okay.
Would it make any sense for them to be here?
No,
Suspicious.
she died.
I'm sorry, Gar.
At least I assume she died. I don't know for sure, but I've always assumed.
So guards up then. Alright,
Right. She
guards up.
Alright.
was my old crewmate, Nefair.
Fire.
May, you've
I might
heard
want
this
to
name
spell
before.
that.
Yeah, I was literally about to ask if I heard in Draconic the name said, and then
Mhm.
I didn't even have to, but I would just say, oh, I understand.
I actually don't know if any like who lived or died. I just always assume they died. But I guess it stands to reason that they could have lived.
I think another thing we have to take into consideration is that we're all seeing different creatures here, so I highly doubt that it's truly them.
Exactly.
That
Which
is a
means
good
this is
point.
a trap. Most likely. Of some sorts.
Or a clue. We are on a journey, a quest right now.
Clue to what?
Do you speak of your ring quest?
Yes.
Well, as far as we know, that leads us to the Arcanum.
Well,
Why would we find clues of it here would be strange, but
this would be.
Or perhaps
Not
it has more to
implausible.
do with the memoriam that we have yet to understand.
that might be more likely. We're near the karst, right?
Are we? Are we near the karst?
Based on May and Zeus's estimations, you're probably still a day and a half out.
Oh shit!
I made
Not
an
that close.
estimation.
Yeah, based on the total distance, you estimated probably 3 to 4 days of travel when you departed from Harmony.
Sorry, I thought you meant like from when May looked at the map. I'm like, I never made
No.
another estimation, so.
Nope, not then.
Alright, well,
in the original.
we can check it out since I am curious. But let's not linger long, and if things get hairy, we get out.
I agree.
Did I
You're
ever
right.
see anything?
So we'll go quietly.
Make a
Okay.
perception check for me, Zeus.
The rarity.
Would you like me to take lead?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I think that works.
And before we head out, check all saving throws. That's not.
There you
Damn. Damn. I'm cursed with the sevens tonight. What the fuck?
Just don't die. Sevens are
Yeah.
not a lucky number.
Does
Facts.
Splint Armor give disadvantage?
What about disadvantage, sorry?
Does
Splint armor.
Splint Armor give disadvantage?
Ooh, I don't think so.
Yes, it does.
It does, is what I meant to say.
Was what I saw in the same
I thought
direction that Gar pointed, that he saw stuff?
No, not exactly.
You still got better than me.
Was
Same-
it like
Same
Gar saw
general.
stuff that way, or I? Okay,
So
same
basically, right now,
direction.
you guys are standing at a wall of trees that travel in either direction of you for a couple hundred
So it's
feet
kinda
to
like
your
we're both
left.
looking, we're like on a horizontal plane, and
Yeah.
then they're like parallel to.
Yeah,
us
pretty much.
Farther down, or not parallel, like adjacent. Or, I don't know.
You're standing on an
Geometry,
eastern-western road
Perpendicular, maybe.
along a forest that borders the northern side. There's another one to
Yeah.
the southern side, but you're on the northern one. And it's very straight here. The road curves off a few hundred feet in the distance, but at least where you are right now is pretty straight overall. So yeah,
Oh,
generally
okay.
it's all north.
We're being sneaky today.
Oh yeah. Okay. So
I know, Roman.
as you guys, are you doing anything first, or just going into the forest?
Oh,
Is everyone ready?
Nope.
Hey, it wasn't in that one.
I don't even have disadvantage. I just am back.
I don't have access to my turrets.
You don't?
Yeah, I'm ready. I used it.
Oh, I thought you meant in Foundry. Okay.
Well, we're just going into peace. We can run away.
We need to be careful though. I'm worried that if I saw 4 people, that there could be multiple creatures behind this.
What if it's the forest itself?
That would make no sense.
We
How would a
could
forest-
be trapped
a lot of
here.
things.
Forest projecting hallucinations of people from your own.
Before we go
mind.
in, can I leave a ration for the horses?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Go ahead and deduct one ration. You take it out, make sure it's, because each of them are wrapped up here. Unwrap it
That's
and
r-
split it in
yeah.
2 for the horses. They don't seem to take to it right now, but they'll at least have it in case they do.
I want to leave this here as a method to see how much time we spend in this forest.
Fair enough. I
It's-
also would like to.
Clever.
I would have given you inspiration if you didn't have it for that idea.
I forget that I
Yeah, I
have
was
it.
Yeah,
trying
you
to
all
find
have
out-
inspiration,
We
by
all
the way.
have it.
We do?
Yeah.
Oh shit! It is checked right there.
Yeah. For anybody that doesn't
I literally have
know.
a note section that's like, you have inspiration, but I always forget to read it, or like whenever something comes up, I'm like, I need to remember
Versus
about
the roll
this.
21, where it's like it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one's better. That's one of the few things, in my opinion, that Roll20 did a lot better than Foundry. So, Rachel, in case you don't know, DM Inspiration, you'll see it on your first tab in your character sheet. It's a checkbox that says Inspiration. If you want to.
Okay.
You can use it to re-roll one of your
use it
rolls.
for my nat 1.
I could
Oh,
use it for my that one too.
You could have. You could have.
Okay, anyway, continuing on.
Continuing on.
Path.
Always forget we have inspiration.
Yeah. You guys have it. Once you use it, it's
Right
gone
now,
unless
I
you do something and then
Yeah.
decide to give it again. Yes.
I've been trying to remember. I can't remember which pack I took.
Ooh. Oh, good question.
Because there's no way to add it
Right.
in here. So
I think. Where's your equipment? Because maybe we
Maybe I
can
should write it on the
deduce.
side.
I mean, I look inside my backpack. I see like
Oh
a
shit.
mess
good
kit, a
idea.
tinder box.
I know.
I've got
That
torches.
sucks.
Let me
rope.
see your background real quick. Brief aside, everybody.
Background
Yeah,
would stay
right
there.
now.
Yeah. So I want to see if.
I sent messages to Nathan via palm messages. It just says
While
inspo.
that was going on,
Nice.
Hey, I just say
I was trying to figure out which pack I had. I was going to leave little bits of something on the ground as we walked.
Hmm.
exactly.
Did you take an
So distracting.
acolyte pack?
I can't remember if I took the cleric's pack or if I took the.
No, because we went off of your backstory, I think, and you would have had an explorer's pack before you were a cleric from Melora. So
So what do I have? Explorers.
it was either that or a priest pack, and you probably would
I
have.
think I would have taken the explorers.
Yeah, given Gar's backstory, it makes a lot of sense. Ba-bum-bum.
Da-da-da-da.
So what,
Exactly.
Ba-da-da-da.
yeah, that's got a mess kit, tinder box, torches.
Yeah, you
Water kit, yeah.
haven't really used any of that either, so you have all that.
Pulsing.
You make a little dude and you make him jump on the
Oh
trampoline.
my god!
He's so happy.
You did not just do that.
I'm now going to do this.
There you
I
go.
want a happy
Ma-
trampoline, guys.
May, do you have an extra dagger or something that I could borrow?
Dagger?
May. Oh,
What'd you
Laren.
Oh,
Wait, what?
I was like, what?
Dagger. Do you have an extra dagger? Or anyone?
I believe I do.
One if you need one.
Right, yeah, if I could use one for a bit.
Yeah, I'll hand him my extra dagger.
Okay.
Okay.
As we're walking,
question.
and she's
Before I
ahead.
hand you an extra dagger, do you want this one or this one? Because I have two.
You see one that has Mavis's initials embroidered on it, a bit of a fancier hilt on it.
That'll work. I'll take the Mavis one.
There you go.
Okay,
Nice.
I will make a note that you have that dagger right now.
So, as we're walking, following Laren, I'm gonna mark trees with a little arrow pointing back to the cart.
Nice.
Just in
Okay.
case this is like a mindfuck forest and we get lost.
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a good idea.
Laren, you end up taking point here, probably about 20 or 30 feet in front of the party. And you hear a lot of them behind you kind of like pick up their pace a little bit at times and then stop. And it doesn't seem like they're naturally at the same in their element as you are of trying to navigate these forests stealthily. Nevertheless, you push forward. Everybody make me perception checks after about 15 minutes of traveling in the direction that you saw and just kind of following where the forest seems to naturally open up in different
Let's
areas.
go, baby. Oh, okay. It's either 7 or 15 today, apparently.
Oh, May.
Shit.
Gar,
Yeah,
again,
you did. Straight up.
again, Gar, you are the one that you guys, all of you are keeping an eye out for what you saw, but nothing really
I didn't
stands
see
out
shit
to
yet.
you. And yeah, Mavis, you see a nice looking forest.
I still. That's-
But Gar, actually, hold on. Yeah, May. I'm sorry, but this is the one. Like pretty much everybody but May here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mavis.
Yes.
At this point, looking out into the forest, a figure does catch your eye. It appears to be gnomish in build, and they appear to be standing next to a tree, looking the tree up and down, and as they turn in your direction, it almost looks like they have ears for a second. But then you realize they're not ears, and there's a pair of goggles on top of their head.
Yeah, okay.
As they quickly scanter off further into the forest, almost turning around halfway through and like motioning very quickly with their hand as they disappear between trees.
I don't like it. I'm seeing things now too.
The rest of you see the same figures that you have seen before, and in almost like a gentle whisper on the wind, and this inviting sort of, like I said, picturesque view ahead of you. They appear in between some trees and quickly scatter off into the forest, as every time they motion for you to follow, like they're excited for whatever they're like trying to get you to
So
come
they
see.
seem excited and not like panicked. Or
Yeah, they
worried.
don't seem scared.
Smiles? Smiling?
It's difficult to tell because you only ever catch glimpses of them, and the natural shade from this forest, along with the sunlight that's still coming through the trees above, makes it really difficult to tell any facial expressions based on the perception checks.
Stop and go back a few feet and check a tree and make sure my marking is still there.
It appears to be there exactly as you left it. Looking back the way you came, you've traveled about as far as you expected within the forest. You can just barely see your cart off in the distance, several hundred feet.
As a rogue, I can't remember. Do I get like any extra senses about me to like sense danger off in the distance or anything like that, or is that?
You are, well, it would depend on your proficiencies, I guess. But I'd say that you are naturally doing that here, so I'll be taking that into account with your perception checks since you're letting me know.
Okay.
So it'll depend on that. Let me. So you guys travel for another 15, 20 minutes, thereabouts, what feels like. Everybody make me another perception check. And this is for... Yeah, well, you'll know. Okay. Oh, poor May.
We just counted now.
Oh, man.
He'll give you good luck.
Honestly, all these just brought me bad luck, but it's okay.
Exactly.
So, Laren and Zeos, pretty much at the same time, you guys notice, and it's like you both instinctively point out ahead where you see them, the same figure that you've seen Laren and the same figure Zeos, as there appears to be a glade further ahead. A glade, like a gentle opening of trees where there's a small clearing, where these figures seem to have traveled to and give one final motion for you before entering into the glade.
I would continue.
Okay. You guys make your way into this glade. Sorry, I'm thinking real quick.
Question.
Uh-huh.
PM.
Uh-huh.
Is this forest giving me any of that like enchanted forest vibes that the Geldenwood was giving off with like amiss and the pixies?
Make a wisdom check.
Wisdom
Yeah.
No.
check.
Oh no.
Bum, 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 bum.
You
You have inspiration.
as you
Okay. I've never remembered to
The
use
note
it,
works.
so,
Let's go.
I need to save my inspiration.
Yeah.
Me?
Okay. As you take a second and just kind of look around and just feel, for lack of a better term, trying to see if you are getting the same feeling of a magical undertone to this place, perhaps divine, perhaps any form of magic in nature. You feel something. I mean, you're not sure if it's the picturesque view of this place that feels
Gas.
like... Yeah, you're not sure if it's gas or perhaps it's too much fish jerky from the night previous. But definitely something just sort of, you take note of it, like, maybe.
I'll mention it to the others while May's up ahead. Or Laren.
Laren, yeah. Okay.
Rain.
Don't let
Better
me
sacrifice
make
her
it
already.
now.
Wisdom check as well, then.
Yeah, if anybody's checking for, like, trying to see if you can... After he
I'd
mentions
probably
it.
sit and focus. Would it be wisdom, though?
Yeah, general
Yeah.
wisdom check here,
I
I
was
think.
hoping it was Arcana, but alas, to my dismay.
I'm like...
This is not so much like
Arcana.
actually... If you're checking for a magical source, then yes, this was him more feeling. So if you're going
I
by
was
what
originally
Gar
checking
said...
for like brain power and science.
Yeah,
up in
yeah.
here, you know what I'm
If
saying?
you're going to do that, make an Arcana
I
check,
would-
BB.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
What I
That's
would
what
be
I'll do.
doing is checking if the essence of the forest feels similar to the essence of the forest of Galvin Wood. Meaning, does it feel magical in nature?
Okay,
So
okay. Arcana would be... Go ahead and roll Arcana for this.
gonna roll
Mavis...
crash now.
Mavis, as you... The thing about this is Gar was really just trying to see if it was similar in feel, and so it's difficult to tell if it's actually true for a magical source. You guys look around for anything that might be brain power or science-y, or in Zeos' case, magical. Nothing... No, nothing stands out to you.
Okay.
The glade up ahead, does it look like it's dicey or dangerous, or is it pretty?
It looks pretty. Yeah. There's green grass on the ground, like a bright green color, and the sunlight, the last little bits of... Well, no, it's not nighttime yet. Sunlight seems to be poking through. I'm waiting for Gar here. Are you guys both just like
I'm
making
literally at Nathan's
hand figures
side.
now?
I'm just obsessed with
Well,
him.
at first I'm like,
happy.
Blame
why
Nathan.
is
So
Nathan
did
going
me.
like, come here, man, come here, I'm gonna beat you off. And then I'm his dad going, it's just...
He's so happy.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
It's a nice thing to do while waiting on Gar.
Well,
That's true.
while we're waiting.
Oh, it happened again.
Where's my matches? Fuck. I
No,
found him.
ran out instantly.
Why you just burn your match?
We're just gonna take a
I
short
still don't
You
know.
break.
know, like, can...
I broke my match.
Oh no.
No,
Feels
you
bad.
froze or you did it.
That's like really peaceful.
I
I
know.
know, right?
Yeah.
I
Ah.
love burning matches. You know what?
It's so-
I'll light and burn a can.
There you go.
Nice. Go ahead and do that while we're waiting on Gar here.
Mavis is doing the same thing, just with his gauntlets, just looking
Ah,
at
yes.
the flames. Oh, he's gone. Or he's back.
He's back.
All right.
I
So,
didn't even get to get out of my chair.
so Mavis and Zeos took a second to just look around for any magical essence in here when you mentioned that, and weren't able to find anything.
Cool. Copy.
Laren, you travel ahead first. You enter the glade, and looking around, like it's pretty small, probably 30, 40 feet in diameter, semicircular in its construction, and it just looks like the type of place that you could sit down. In the center of the glade, there is a stump that seems like it was sawed off, probably to only about 2 feet high. It feels like the type of place that you could sit down and just like stay in for hours.
So it's like a big clearing.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
Pretty relaxing.
Yeah, probably
Water
40
source
feet in
anywhere,
diameter.
or just grass?
As you guys join her, no, just grass. Beautiful, lush, light green grass.
This feels like the
Um,
perfect place for an ambush.
Yeah, have I felt or heard anything?
Everybody
like,
make perception
are my
checks.
spidey senses tingling? Okay.
Are my gnome senses tingling?
Can
Somebody's
I
gonna
look
nat
out
20. Come on.
for
Oh.
my
Oh.
previous companions?
Mm-hmm. If you're looking out for that, also perception check, but I'll take note that that's what you're looking for.
I'm
Let's
looking
see
for
if I
danger.
can even roll it.
You're looking for danger. Mavis, nothing stands out to you here. May, looking out into the forest, pretty much like not even, like you acknowledge, this glade's pretty, but, and you look ahead, and you see 3 of the 4 figures like run off ahead as the other one turns towards you and like excitedly waves as they dash to rejoin the others.
Which one's excitedly waving?
This looked like...
This matters because if it's not a specific person, I know this is a lie.
Oh yeah, no, this matters for sure. Shit, where are the names?
They're not even in my journal, Lamau.
They're not. Are they in here?
I just
They're
have
not
them
in
on my
there?
PowerPoint.
Oh,
They're
hold on. I know where.
Calcetta.
I do PowerPoints. I like PowerPoints. PowerPoints are pretty.
They are, and you make some pretty amazing ones, not gonna lie.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm so intrigued in your note-taking PowerPoint style.
It's so good. Okay, I can't think of the name. I can't find it right now, but it's the one that you're
Start with a
expecting.
J.
Yes, that's the one. That one is...
Is that it?
Alright, fine. Alright, fine.
Mhm.
It's believable. Anyway.
So, you guys, what are you doing with that, May?
I'm trying to think if she would just be a little bit impatient right now. All things considered. Heck it. I'll walk towards it.
All right.
All right.
Not even really
I'm not stopping.
taking too much time in the glade. You guys all see May venture deeper into the forest with purpose.
What you...
Oh, we're
May,
back.
hold
Going
on.
I'm following her.
Okay.
Close behind.
I had a feeling he would say he didn't care.
Are you all following May?
Guess so.
I tell her to stop. May, stop. Wait.
Let's say you hear that.
I stop.
What are you doing?
Supposedly
I
moving
want to look
slowly.
again.
What?
I want to look again to see if I stop. If they're like kind of dancing between the trees.
You don't see anything at this moment.
I'm trying to walk right back.
We agreed to not do anything hastily. This smells of a trap, alright? Let's not split up here.
It wasn't my intention.
Well, you did it.
I didn't think I went that far.
You
As you
would
look
have,
back,
had Car not spoken.
yeah. As you look back, you're only about 10 feet into the forest.
May,
Fine.
are you all right?
Yes.
Let me ask you all. I saw someone who's presumably isn't living anymore. What about you all?
Mine's definitely living.
I saw
Well,
Zuck.
I can't confirm that. I haven't seen them in like 8 months, but last I saw they were living.
I have not seen mine in a very long time, and I assume he would not have made it.
How long has it been since I left? A month?
Yeah, not that long. A month. Yeah, probably a month, actually.
Who did you see?
I saw Zuck. You all know Zuck, right? Well,
Yeah,
not
and
you.
we saw him only a month ago.
You're very muted, Gar.
Mavis.
To be fair, it's only a matter of time before he blows himself up, so he could be living or dying.
He's made it a lot longer than I have.
My
And there's no way that he would have left on
companions, I
the
saw
place.
them about a month ago, and I don't think they'd be dead.
So,
Been a few weeks for me.
And-
I think it's just accessing whoever's closest to us in our minds, or potentially close to us at all.
It seems so.
It's interesting that it picked.
Do you say that out loud? The aw.
no, because I'm
You
just
just hold
thinking
them
of
all
how
in
like
the
bad
same
that sounded. It's like, maybe it has one person inside the group.
Which is why it's even more suspicious. If it's trying to tantalize us with something that seems friendly, I don't know if I trust it.
Is anyone getting a bad feeling? Or
Can I
I'm getting a
insight
bad
check
feeling.
Yeah,
Kind of always have a
that's
bad feeling.
situation?
I think this would be insight, except it's into yourselves. Go ahead
How did
and
you feel, Mavis?
Okay.
Maybe
make
How
an
you
insight
feeling?
check.
I'm gonna have a moment of self-reflection.
All right.
Damn, Mavis.
Let's go. I take off my goggles on myself.
Okay.
Of course.
Sure, y'all. Oh no,
Another
May! Oh my
Another
god.
Elrin.
No.
oh no, we're bringing up the caboose. Let's go.
20
The curse has passed to you since his death.
Oh, it's so sad.
His blood is on your hands.
Laren,
For you guys during the trial fight.
Laren, May, and Zeos. You all feel normal, for lack of a better term. Nothing stands out to you as far as bad vibes.
I can't laugh, but I hear bad vibe. Bad vibe.
Mavis and Gar, you guys almost in tandem look deeper into the forest to try and see,
And into ourselves.
is this a trap? Am I feeling inside like this is a trap? And right now, everything inside feels comforting, compelling to go in.
I almost feel comforted.
As much as I don't want to admit it, I do too. It's maybe it's not a trap, but either way, better safe than sorry. We stick
That is
together
comforting.
and we don't
'cause
do
I
anything
don't know
hastily.
I think this can only be one of two things. Trap, or someone trying to tell us something.
That is genius.
Trap or not a trap?
Yes. All right, at least we deduced that much.
I rolled an 8. What do you want me to say?
Oh my god.
The Captain Obvious commercial.
Says that out loud. I rolled an 8. What do you think you want me to say?
Breaking the fourth wall.
Right. I guess we
Why
can
did you and anyone see it
continue.
last?
Still,
Just
May was the last one to see someone, and as you say that, you can turn around and see where you know they were.
They were running across the glade, right?
I saw them run through there.
And she gestures
then
deeper
we
into
go
the
there.
forest.
do we
But
mimic
close.
them? Do we run through as well?
no, nothing hastily. We agreed on
Like
it.
Gazelle.
So we're
It's
gonna
a stealth
slow
mission.
walk through.
We're being very stealthy.
Oh, we haven't agreed yet.
Out in the middle of the glade.
Come, come.
All right, so stealth mode.
Right.
Please,
All right.
it's me.
Everybody
this
rolls.
Quietly follow the
God damn it.
Yeah.
Gar starts singing Mavis, Mavis, Mavis.
Natural 18.
Wow. May is the
I'm
most
over.
stealthy. Holy. Okay,
Oh
so
no, Larry.
taking some time.
Oh my god, your
May-
stealth is
It's still
so
with
high.
second best.
Yeah. That's why it's so surprising. Joel.
I know.
Joel said Zook holds up a sign for me saying, "Who are you?" Oh, so you guys continue on stealthily for some. Gar, you repeatedly see what you believe is Nephier ahead, and it's like this desire to figure out one way or another, basically, drives you primarily, and you just throw stealth to the wind. But as you travel for another 15 minutes or so, it seems more frequent. Like every 30 seconds, you start to see like guiding you from tree to tree within the forest. And eventually you all start to point in relatively the same direction as to where you're seeing these visions, so to speak. As you travel for another 20... well, like I said, another 20 minutes or so. You probably traveled for about an hour. Eventually, you enter again a small... This one isn't really even a glade. There is still pretty solid tree cover overhead that completely blocks out light coming in, but there's a small clearing of trees, and at the end of it, probably 20 feet away, Gar, you see Nephire's, or at this distance, yes, you see Nephire's visage standing ahead of you, turning away, looking at something deeper in the forest.
Nephire, stop.
Do it.
She is not currently moving,
Gar.
and she
Face
doesn't.
What?
Do we see anyone at this time?
Actually, yeah. As he says, Nephire, stop. You guys all see a female dragonborn standing, probably 20 feet away. And what was the last thing you said?
Face me.
And you say, "Face me," and slowly, it's like a side glance. You see the silver dragonborn face of Nephire slowly turning in your direction. We never determined, so sapphire eyes, like just little bits of sunlight glancing off of them. As she turns in your direction and looks at you. And there's this moment of, this is like exactly who you're expecting. You're staring back at this person that you haven't seen for a year and a half. As they stare back at you.
I take one step forward.
No reaction.
Steps back.
Stay stay close to me. I'm going to approach her.
Ask her
Probably
to
20
speak
feet out.
first.
What?
Ask her to speak first. Ask her a question.
But only she would know.
Do we see our own figures as well? Like we see
You said
ours
we-
and
At this
hers,
point,
or-
no. At this point, you're all seeing a female dragonborn. The same one, all the same actions, responding to Gar.
Ask her the name of your ship. The one that you both sailed on. Josh, get him the name of his ship. The one that they both sailed on.
Nephire, what was the name of the ship that sank on our expedition?
You see her almost like, for a second, look down at the ground, like searching for a memory, and then look back up at you, and give this terrifying smile.
Fuck.
All right.
She says,
We're leaving.
"Doesn't really matter, does it?" As it backs
Oh,
into the
if I knew it.
forest. And in a split second, your surroundings become evident to you. There is no sunlight where you are right now. The canopy overhead is completely encompassing. Everywhere you look, now that your minds are taken off of following whatever you were following, the trees around you are dead. As far as you look, it's darkness. Up above, you can barely see through the cracks of some of the dead branches. Sunlight off in the distance, but whatever it is not reaching through here. I need everybody, as you feel this unsettling feeling in the pit of your stomach at your current surroundings, I need everybody to make a charisma saving throw.
Guys, I done y'all wrong. I don't think we should go.
Look, I refuse.
Damn.
I need to like reload.
1 second, I totally forgot. There we go.
Fucking knew it.
Please.
I knew it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Am I dead?
My dad. Come at that dog.
It was my dad.
Okay, so as you take in the surroundings, you look out and the darkness of the forest, you swear your eyes are like playing tricks on you almost, as it appears to be like closing in. You're not sure if it actually is or isn't, but it looks like when that sudden realization of where you are and everything closes in at once. May, Laren, and Gar, this incredibly unsettling feeling makes you feel like you want to leave immediately. Mavis and Zeos, you can do as you will, but for the others, this is incredibly compelling.
I think we should go.
Fuck
I
this shit,
agree.
I'm out. I mean, right, we don't.
Just clarification on that. I don't feel any different because
Oh, you feel different. This place,
Yeah.
no, let me clarify. Zeos and Mavis, you feel this same thing of, I don't know how I didn't notice all of these surroundings, not
Okay.
the way that they were, but you're in control of your fear right now. The others
But
are
we still
overwhelmed.
get a vibe of we should get.
Oh
the fuck
yeah,
out.
no, you get that vibe. You
Okay.
hear,
Yeah.
you begin
Yeah.
to hear in the distance, each of you like this.
Shut up.
La, 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 la.
Alright, yeah, let's get out of here. This was a bad idea. I knew it from the start.
You did, yeah.
Retrace our steps. Follow the trees that you marked, Gar.
Right. I start looking for the trees that I marked.
Yeah, make a perception check.
Are they marked?
Rope.
Make a perception check for me.
Have a what?
Because
20.
okay, no, in this moment, you're a little turned around with the way everything is, but almost like instinct, like an explorer's instinct, you whip around straight to where you came from, and you see a mark with an arrow pointing out the direction you came. Although you don't remember the tree looking this dead when you put that last mark on it.
Right? Doesn't look like the tree I marked, but it's marked. Let's go.
Well, it's not. Did you say rope, May?
As it is,
I'm
we're
afraid
walking.
we're going to lose each other. This
I agree.
forest is dangerous.
I take rope out and tie it around my waist, and then hand it to the next, to the next, to the next.
Okay.
Sure.
So,
We've
Laren.
got like 5 feet of slack in between, so we're not like
Yeah.
right
Yeah,
here.
it's enough that you guys are comfortable enough to move without feeling like you're going to knock each other over. Laren, looking off in the distance, you swear you see the shadows themselves, like, staring at you and then vanish behind one of the trees. As you look off in another direction, you see the same exact thing, but what looks like maybe 3 or 4 of them. You all feel like you're being watched.
should we
Follow the
slowly move
trees.
out?
No, I think it's stealth isn't any important at all here.
I'm not saying stealthily. I'm just saying slowly. Caution.
No.
We'll keep an eye out, but let's get a move on it. This is
You hear a
Second,
branch
nope.
snap further in.
Hold gun. Point.
Let's
You
just
hear what?
go.
A branch snap further in.
Where I come from, we call this a nope. And I'm.
let's
I-
no.
Ancient draconic.
I remember this druid once saying, "When there's scary shit, run."
Once you tie a rope, do the nope.
I love this so much.
All right. So we're heading out at a hastily pace.
Okay, you guys begin traveling out, and for the next 10 minutes or so, the forest itself is not how you remember it. It was picturesque here. This was inviting. You are traveling through a lot of dead trees. You nearly trip over a dead branch on the ground at one point, and Discord froze in the middle of you running away. And
That was intense, yeah.
yeah, it was scary.
Stop.
Full person cast immediately on all of us.
You guys make it out by Gar's. I'll take that same perception check. By Gar retracing the steps that he used to go in. Good idea, by the way. In probably 20 minutes, like not taking time to stop. After about 10 minutes, the darkness seems to fade somewhat, and you've returned to this more calm, peaceful forest.
What was that?
I told you.
A trap.
It's called a nope.
That's true.
Yes.
And,
Yeah.
But what if Gar's first intention was right? What if
Right.
Josiana is in there?
We're in no condition to fight right now. I mean,
Exactly.
I'm almost back to full swing, but
whatever this thing is,
cast spells.
obviously had nefarious intent. As to why, though,
We also don't know what's
Good
in
question.
there, how many things are in there. I mean,
Exactly.
you saw one person, you saw 4, I saw 1, you saw 1, you saw 1. That's at least 8.
but regardless,
Quick
we should
math.
rest up before doing anything. If we even decide to go back in there,
I feel
the question is it trying to
I
keep us
think-
out of something or trying to kill us? Because if it's trying to keep us out of something, I'm curious as to what that something is.
if it was trying to keep us out of
They
something,
wouldn't
why
have
would it lead
invited
us
us in?
I feel like it's more so a trap, like a mouse trap, you know? They put
So,
a bit
how-
of food,
why did
which
we
we want
escape?
to follow, and then it...
Why would we have been allowed to escape? It seemed
could-
to have the
They were
jump on
allowed
us.
to. It was a quick thinking and running.
I think
that allowed
God
it
saved
to.
us.
As much as I want to believe that, Gar, we heard snaps of twigs all the way around us.
True. I agree.
Okay, regardless, we sleep. Yes, we rest, but not in this forest.
Right. Let's
Wait,
back
you want to
up,
go back
maybe.
to it?
No,
Or,
I don't want to go back in there at
after
all.
the raid.
No, I say we sleep on it. The curiosity does get to me, but
What is the time?
Looking up at the sky, you figure that. Well, you guys are currently in the glade. You've not yet returned all the way to the horses. You figured that probably about an hour has passed. So
Okay,
it's
so it's-
like reaching early evening.
So we traveled for like an hour that way, and then 20 minutes coming back.
Yeah, pretty
So
much.
what, it's like close to 5 at this time.
Yeah, thereabouts. About 5 p.m. early evening. The sun is still up in the sky, though at this point you can't see it in this glade, given how it's now passed beyond the tree line.
we're about a day and a half from the karsts. We have no guarantee that Chasiana ever made it there. Just that she
That
went
is
this
true,
way.
but I'd rather go there, find that she's not there, than come back and figure out what we need to do, than
Why backtrack?
go into here unnecessarily needing to go into here.
But why
We'd
backtrack?
have more
We're here.
information to go off of.
Why come back? Well, I mean, once we go there, we'd have to go back to the Harmony to bring Chastiana back if we find her there, right?
We're gonna have to be making this way anyway.
So I'm just saying, if we go to the Cloud Spires and we don't find Chastiana, then on the way back to Harmony, we can consider the idea of going deeper into this forest.
Zeus, how do we get to where the monks are?
That's a great question.
The only person that knows is Chastiana. And if she's in
Yes.
this forest, then we go to the karst and we walk around karst for who knows how long.
I'd rather do that first. And who knows? I mean, Chastiana might have known about this forest and, gone past it like normal and gone to the Cloud Spires. We don't know yet.
The
I think it's
information,
safer to go to the Cloud Spires first.
the information we do know, that was a trap, and we made it out. So that yay
Well,
us. But let's go to the place that we
We
don't
haven't
know is
made
a
it out
trap yet.
yet. I'm gonna make a perception check. Do I see the same figure I saw before?
Sure, go ahead and make a perception check.
Mavis, you did bring up a good point, though. We were allowed to escape, I believe, because there were clearly many eyes on us. We were not alone.
I agree.
So if it was a trap, why could we escape? What if it was hiding something from us? Maybe that's concealing something greater, and most don't go beyond that point because of it.
The question then begs, why lead us in the first place?
Well, again, if it is a trap, and
Exactly.
we only escape because of Guard's quick thinking and us being able to navigate out, what if most people can't figure out how to get out, or they just freeze and fall there, and they can't move?
For
That
now,
could be.
let's recover a bit. If anything happens and we're caught off guard, it's not good right now. We need to be at our best.
I agree.
At least let's rest for a little while. 30, 45 minutes.
However long a short rest is.
Yeah, about 45
How long
minutes.
that is.
You hear from the heavens. What up, mate?
I'm going
In
to need a bit
Did I
longer
see
than that.
anything?
Zeos, taking a second to look out, you see absolutely nothing. No, not even a feeling like they're there watching you.
The player in me wants to go back in.
I know, right?
Yes, but have
Yes,
you seen
Gar.
scary movies?
Yes, Mavis is agreeing with you. He wants to go to the
Hold on, and we've just started a whole new game.
karst. Easy.
Okay, so do we rest in this glade here, or make our way back to the horses and
we
then?
make our way back to the horses. We travel an hour or two farther away from this forest where we're nowhere near it, and then make camp.
DM question.
Yes.
How long was that village, which I forgot the name of?
You estimate that you could reach it within the day. Taewe, you
Taewe.
figured you were probably going to reach it definitely on day 2 to Taewe. But you saw it on there based on your check on the map, though. You figure it's probably less than an hour's travel.
We could probably make it to Taewe, rest up there. If we wanted to, we could come back.
We could also ask people in Taewe if they know about the forest.
Even better.
That is true.
Either way, going
All right.
back into something that just gave us a nefarious smile and said it doesn't matter anyway. I don't think it's a good idea. At least not right now while we're weakened.
Right.
Let's make it
I
back
do
to the
agree
horse.
we need to rest. We can decide what to do.
Indeed.
I'm just
By the
gonna
way-
start waltzing that way.
Sure.
I did
Follow.
try looking around, and I did not see the same figure as before, so
Let's take that as
maybe
a
they
good
really
sign.
were something leading us in.
I'd catch up with May
Okay. Sure.
if I can. I don't know.
I'd
I
say
don't
there's
know.
No, she's
yeah.
just fucking booking it.
No.
Maybe it's over because there's attached close to him with a rope, and he's like,
We undid it.
You guys have not yet undone it.
And it's probably best we
I'd
don't.
do it and walk away.
Oh, see,
Sure.
I'm gonna follow Gar leads the way, I assume, because he marked
I'm-
the trail.
rolling my rope up again.
Laren, as they're rolling up everything, I'd say there's a moment where you can catch up with May. Yeah.
May. May,
Laren.
if I know you said that there's nothing wrong, but if there were, you know you can talk about it, right?
I do.
Okay.
Thank
Just
you.
wanted to make sure that you know.
Thank you.
Nick made him go to the book.
Yeah, me as a DM, I don't know how to rule on this. I don't know if Lindsay might have some insight, but
Wow.
we'll see what Josh says here.
Oh.
I literally just forgot what I read. Going good.
Sorry for the holdup.
No, you're
Did
good.
you need to be muted, TJ? Or because I saw you saying something, and I don't know if you were trying to talk to us.
So I told a whole story about how I went to my friend's house, and then
Sweet.
and there was goats.
Oh, sick.
Let's go.
That
don't
makes it
worry,
easier.
like,
You just reference me the page number and stuff, and I can.
Joel.
How many DMs does it take to
Okay.
figure out the issue they had?
Okay, so with
Number
that
2, I'm
knowledge,
not included.
I'll say this. Right. With my abilities, I'm able to send a message to someone across great distances. And I only have to be familiar with them. And I know of Chasiana, her name, the short description. I could use my ability to send a message to her and ask her if she's in trouble or where she may be. But
Thinking of this just now?
listen, I'm well tapped. I can't do it now. I'd have to wait till tomorrow morning.
I think we should just head to Taewe and rest up there. And
That's seeming more and more like the obvious choice.
Right.
let's go then. To
Yeah.
go even further towards the horse.
You guys continue the journey back to the carriage. You return to the carriage. The horses have eaten up the rations at this point that you left for them. Because, I mean, they're horses. They need a lot more than what people need.
No,
We broke one ration in half. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's gone.
To
in,
make
like,
sure
2
that we
seconds.
were...
I wasn't trying to lose my rations. We all know I'm always low.
Yeah.
Back. And you know you're gonna have to ask when you run out.
So you make your way back to the carriage. You untie it from the tree, mount up, and continue on the road east. And with that, we're going to take a quick bathroom break.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, all right.
I was waiting for this moment so I can light another match.
Yeah.
Oh yes, of course.
All right.
Oh,
We'll be right back in like 5-ish minutes, chat, and then we'll
thought you broke
continue
it
on.
it wouldn't be beyond me.
Oh, that's not it.
All right, baby.
There it is.
Damn, this one's burning quick. Ah! What happens if I light the oh, no one's here to stop me. 12. Ow.
Oh, hello, Chunkster. That makes it sound like I'm talking to somebody in chat now. I'm talking to Tanner. Just so chat's aware. Tanner is our cat.
I didn't even think of that. Oh my god. Look at him.
He's a Chunkster.
A chomky, aren't you?
Chom kitty.
I'm a big dumb.
You good, man?
Yeah, I'm not supposed to use water, and it's just habit. I flush the toilet right after using the restroom.
Oh.
Oh shit. Did it cause issues or?
I don't know. I didn't stop to watch to see if it.
Yeah, backfired.
Yeah, I just. You know,
Make sure your business goes down safely.
yeah.
You know it.
I watched Little Trampoline Man off.
Oh, little trampoline
like-
man. He's still
It's
here.
like pretty much
What
almost
is that?
completely gone.
I didn't even notice.
You're
I didn't
muted.
Yours is
even-
just
on my neck
pen.
right now.
What'd you
Mine-
use? Sharpie?
I write in a felt tip marker.
What is
I
it?
have a felt tip marker as well.
What
Let me
did
do
you
that
write on
streamer
your hand?
thing.
Little man dude.
Uh,
Let me
Little
check
man
your
dude.
hand, dude.
Trampoline man.
Oh.
boing 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 boing.
Yeah, right now he only bounces with one leg, but
Yeah.
he's
Even more
he's
impressive.
good like that.
Yeah.
Oh, the Tansers.
Make him do like tricks if you use like one
Nick.
hand.
Look at how chomky he is.
Hey, big
That's
boy.
so chomky. Oh, he's so cute.
You got the chomp.
He needs a cupcake.
I'm not gonna miss you guys. Just hang out with your cats.
You like what? What? Oh. He's trying to karate chop my neck.
Yeah, he is. Said stay back home and no kisses. No.
No kisses.
That's all I want.
Oh, Tanner.
Oh, Tanner!
I think he heard you.
He looks like, yeah, he reacted to that.
It's like, oh, I know
Alright,
that voice.
Oh, bud. I know. It's okay. There you go.
Yeah, he still got back claws and I'm not afraid to use them.
Oh, no. Oh, man.
Stewie loves getting his nails trimmed.
I have been waiting for
Really?
this side
I was
quest for a
assuming this was
while.
sarcasm.
No. He will
You actually-
purr.
Wow.
He's like, girl, all right, trim my nails. It's so funny.
Oh my god.
Oh my God,
That's
he loves
really
it.
rare.
Wow.
Yeah, it's super rare. Like I just like lay on the bed and I'm like watching a video with him. And I'm like,
Wow.
all right, other one.
We-
Yep. I'm back.
We tried to do that with Tanner.
Tanner-
He screams bloody murder
Yep.
and just like beats the
Yeah.
shit out of us.
He does.
Oh.
That
Yeah,
makes
so-
like I need to get
Nick-
away from here as fast as possible.
I I mean, when sending specifies that they recognize you as the sender if they know you, I was trying to think it through, and like, it makes sense that you can do it even if you haven't met them, as long as you're familiar with who they are.
They just won't recognize you.
Right.
Right.
I actually, it's like the same with Andromeda in the past.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't know you.
True.
But we did know her, so we know who we're sending to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The way I think of it, I guess, is kind of like the same way B-shape works for, or not B-shape, but polymorph works. Is you can know of a creature, you might not necessarily have first-hand experience with it or knowledge, but the magic fills in the rest.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
That
like,
makes sense.
though I'm not 100% familiar with this person. I know their name. I know what they look like.
Ooh.
Know
nice.
they're supposedly on this plane.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so the magic takes that knowledge and does what it's supposed to do.
I almost feel like it should follow some of the rules of, like, scrying. You know, a cumulative chance for failure the less you know about them. Because...
True. Just imagine that, like, if you just like have heard of someone, never actually seen them though, you can plague them with sending spells every single day, just whispering some random ass shit in their ear, like
That's true.
some king you don't like. Just each night you're like, just,
Did you see
just
Joel's
resign,
message?
Resign.
Imagine I just start saying
Ooh.
this.
Oh god.
Passing away. I'm just like, touching you.
Oh.
Exactly.
Oh my god! Oh! Okay. Well, perfect timing. We were just about to continue with the session. Thank you so much for the raid with the party of 36. Oh, excuse me. There we go. Thank you.
Nerdy senpai.
Nerdy, welcome to the stream, and everybody else, hello. I am Gakonoroj, aka Guacamole, Goku Car Garage, or anything in between that starts with a G. You can call me Josh, and we're currently doing some D&D. And totally homebrew campaign with 5 very close friends, and of course Rachel and Nathan. Oh my god, I didn't disable follow notifications, but Synth, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the garage. 1 second, I need to take care of that or else follows are gonna ring, and I thought I did. Why you do this? Thank you for letting me know about that inadvertently, Synth. 1 second. I know I unchecked you. Streamlabs, why you do this?
Yay, half a year.
Yay, half a year. Oh my goodness. Nerdy, thank you so much for the tier 1 resub for 6 months, half a year. Welcome back to the Tool Shed. Oh, guys, adventurers. Identity rolled a natural 20, a d20, and it turns out that you are all awesome.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, it sounds about right. I love that identity. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. As a quick recap here for, I guess, the players and chat. They just returned from a forest that was very inviting, very peaceful, picturesque almost in its construction, seeing visions of important people to them. As they went further and further into the forest, eventually it came to a halt as one vision in particular, talking to Gar, sort of revealed that it was definitely a lure, and disappeared with a sinister, sly grin into the dark woods. As the darkness of the forest suddenly became apparent to them and closed in on them, they quickly made haste and left, and are now planning to, hopefully, take a night in the nearby town of Taewe, where they have heard of, rest up, and approach it in the morning as they are searching for someone named Chasiana Thalrazil, a half-elf that might be able to help them on their quest. So, as you guys make your way back to the carriage, you've saddled up. You continue on the road eastward. Again, it's very strange, because looking off to the side, you feel like this forest is the same picturesque one you saw before. Its appearance and draw to you has not changed insofar as inviting to feel like, just relax here. But it's like you can see in your mind's eye further in. I need to check on one thing, actually, before I forget, because it's important.
True nature.
Its true nature revealed. Okay, so, so, you travel for really only about another... Actually, with where you are right now? Based on your estimations, you figured within the hour, and after about 10 minutes of travel, 15 minutes at the most, you start to see farm plots drudge up. You start to see buildings that have been constructed, almost look like farmland, as the southern forest, the forest on the southern side of you guys, disappears and expands outward again into this scenic view of grassland before you. But to the north, this forest almost borders this town that comes into view. Very simple in its construction. Seems like there's an inn that probably is the center part of town. It stands a building above the rest, a bit taller. Thatch roofing for some of these buildings, but wooden roofing for ones that seem a little more structural and important. As you reach the edge of this and your carriage gently comes into view, you see a man, a human, look up from holding a rake, currently with what looks like farmland, probably cleaning up a bit of cleaning up hay. That doesn't make sense. He's using a hoe and tilling the farmland in preparation for the next day. As he looks up at you guys and just kind of gives you this warm smile and like a nod and looks at you. Well, howdy. Not too often we see adventurers such as yourselves around these parts. Anything I can do for you?
Are you in the spirit?
Not last I checked. I mean, he looks down and kind of sets his hoe down. If I am, I've deceived myself my whole life, friend. You got nothing to worry about. Sure, go ahead and make an insight check.
What he means to say is hello. It's nice to meet you.
Gar, you can't tell.
Man, is this Taewe? Taewe? How do you say this?
Taewe. As you say it, he looks.
I'm looking at the spelling that May gave me, and I'm like, how is that Taewe?
Taewe.
Gosh, I didn't write it.
Yeah, it's Taewe. Oh,
Like
I didn't even see.
Taewe.
Yeah.
It's like Taewe.
It's like T-A as in Tay, and then E-W-E as in
Yeah, exactly.
How does EW?
That's an actual. That's an actual. It's an ew. It's a
I would
sheep.
just say, don't mind him. We're looking for some lodging for the night.
Oh, lodging. Well, we got that over here. I mean, we are kind of one of the only towns on the road between Harmony and any of the eastern towns. As such, we get travelers through here occasionally. There should be some lodgings available if you're looking for them.
Perfect. Yes. Are there many places, or just one inn, or what?
We only got the one inn, but it's got quite a few rooms. Like I said, we're one of the only towns on the road here, so, we do what we can.
Right.
Who's
Be one of the
owner?
other town.
What did Gar say?
Go ahead.
Who's the owner of the tavern or the inn?
The owner of the tavern? That'd be Aben Guron, if I'm not mistaken. He's a human too.
Avon?
Aben. A-E-B-A-N.
A-E-B.
Yeah, Aben. He's been running it for a few years now, from what I mean, don't know who it was before him, but he does a good job.
Quite familiar with these parts.
Who, Aben? Well, yeah. I mean, he's been living here for a while. I mean,
How about you?
oh, me? I've been here my whole life. Last 27
nice.
years.
That forest back there. Any rumors about it? Anything? Any local legends, urban myths, anything of the sort?
You see him look over there, and his smile kind of drops. You're talking about the Lion Woods.
Is that spelled exactly how I think it is?
Our woods or telling fibs?
The Lying Woods.
No,
okay.
the Lion Woods. Like, they ain't being truthful to you. Yeah,
Well, that
yeah.
would be fitting.
No, I don't know too much about it. I mean, you could probably ask Alcaeus if you want more. He's the magistrate here in Taewe. But
Well, you knew its name. Why does it get that name? Do you happen to know why?
well, he kind of like leans in. Story goes, that forest is cursed. Try and lure anyone in just to try and curse them. And once you curse us, well, nobody knows really how to solve that curse. Nobody ever got rid of it. This is the general sense we're trying to keep people away from there, but it's a large forest. Not like we can really do too much to keep them out all the time. And as you look over, there's a whole fence line covering the forest border within the town here.
Like solid wood fence?
No, like posts connected with beams. Not so much meant to keep out like just the vision of it, but more anybody from going in.
Like animal fencing versus like defensive wall fencing.
Yeah, pretty much more like animal fencing.
Okay.
What kind of curse?
Well,
People
Exactly.
be left
from what I heard from what I hear. Thankfully, I ain't never caught the curse, or else probably dead. But causes you to lose yourself. First thing you know, you blank. That's what we call it around here. If you blank, unfortunately, you probably caught the curse. Blanking, you start to lose your train of thought. The more you go along, well, slowly lose yourself more until there's nothing left. Usually, you die in your sleep.
You say usually, but this is just a myth, or have you seen it happen?
No, we've seen it happen. We got people here suffering from it.
Death by slow amnesia.
What did you just say?
Death by slow amnesia. I like it.
Well, ain't nobody ever not called it that around here, but it could be. I mean,
That's like
death,
It's fitting.
death by slow amnesia. You know, I might use it to describe it like that from now on. We still call it blanking, but yeah, pretty much.
What did he say his
Do
name is?
you?
You never asked him.
Oh, okay.
You can ask him.
No, it's fine. I just thought somebody asked him or he introduced himself with his name.
Do you happen to know how the forest curses you?
Well, from what I hear, it's called the Lion Woods. It lures you in. It tries to make you think that it's all nice and fine and dandy until it's too late. And from what I hear, the darkness just takes you.
Is there a way to tell if you've been cursed? Like, does the effect take hold immediately?
Well, first sign would be, like I said, blanking, losing your train of thought, and then beyond there, some people see hallucinations. Some people tend to, just lose their entire selves. Sometimes they go back into the woods and never come out.
I'd like to roll to see if this town is real.
Sound check.
Make a strength check. No, make a insight check. I guess. Yeah.
Well, it's been going well for me.
Yeah. Make an insight
yeah.
check. Let's see how that
Easy.
goes. Okay.
All right.
Go.
Um,
You just gotta insult the dice a little bit, and then you got
Looking around, almost this, just being cautious. You look at the way, even that the shadows of the slowly setting sun in the east come off of the different buildings here, the fences, the crops. It all looks correct. Even looking around here, this seems more real than what now you realize was being like a trap leading you in the woods. It's like this feels almost like a slice of reality. Does that make sense? You don't get the sense that this is an illusion, at the very least.
I'm not schizophrenic yet.
When it comes to curses, I don't much believe in that sort of thing. But as far as
Oh,
physical
well.
ailments,
That'll get you killed around here. If you don't believe in them, well, you won't be careful with them. And you go into the forest, and you're probably... Wait a minute. Why'd you all wonder about the forest?
What?
We saw some.
we
images of
passed by it
people in
and
the
saw some
forest.
shadows.
Some shadows. That's more than most people see. Most people see lost loved ones, or perhaps like a mentor, or someone important to them.
Mhm.
Makes them think that it's somewhere they want to be.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
We saw right through that. And just...
We just
Well, you did. Well, that's
You know
good
that-
for you. I mean,
figured it was a
most
trap
people,
and
they
just
don't do
wanted
that.
more
They
information to make
just
sure
go
we did
straight
the
in
right
there.
choice.
But if we didn't know.
Asking for a friend.
Right, do you have
Asking for
anyone here who is
Hey,
expert on this
someone-
so-called curse, or no?
The curse, it said, well, probably Alcaeus. There's a reason he's our magistrate here. He's been here the longest. Probably,
And
actually,
yet you say,
if I'm not mistaken, he was here when it started, too.
and
I
yet you
think-
say you have people suffering from it right now.
We do, yeah.
So, no cure
No cure, I'm afraid.
for the ailment. Well, okay,
Right.
good to know.
Yeah, well, if you've got any questions, feel free to ask. Unfortunately, I probably won't be too much help. Probably going to want to
You
speak to
just did,
Alcaeus.
and actually you were kind of helpful. So,
Oh, I mean for anything else. I mean, I basically told you everything right there. That's pretty much all I know.
I know. It's
Give
on.
me the name
Great
of
thought.
someone who's currently afflicted.
Okay, roll me a d20.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Someone just
I don't know. 17.
Nice.
Wow.
That's good.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
the name Gar, isn't it?
Well, I was. like I said, we got a lot of travelers around here. Someone did stand out to me. Someone was just passing through recently, but they stayed for longer because of it. What was their name? Chestina Foshizzle or something? Not quite. No, that wasn't it.
You said she's afflicted with the curse.
Well, from what she said, yeah, that's sort of why she's still here. She's been very adamant about asking everyone everything she can about figuring out what it is, if there's any way to stop it, and been very friendly.
How long has she been here for?
Oh, probably about 4 days, if not mistaken.
How long does the curse usually last before it takes someone's life?
Probably 2 to 3 weeks. It varies from person to person, but...
Do you guys have a clinic or an infirmary where they're staying?
We do, yeah. We got a temple here to Milil, in fact. And it's so close to Harmony, we tend to follow him.
There's no known cure?
No, not that we've ever found. Sorry.
Well, you've been very helpful. Thank you very much. Infirmary is this way, that way, that way.
Oh, it's that way right there. Just past the tavern. If you look up, there's that one right there with the harp symbol on it. That's the symbol for Milil. You should be good once you go in there. Although, I mean, I'm not sure what you'd be looking for. Chasiana, she's been spending most of her time in the tavern and surrounding areas.
We're just very interested in this so-called curse you speak of. Want all the information we can get.
Well,
we're looking for her as well, for a friend.
Oh, well, you damn near found her then. I mean, she's here. If she's the same Chasiana that you're looking for.
I hope so.
Is that a common name?
Not that I've ever heard, but, who knows?
I mean, do you know many Fujisles?
That's the first one I've heard of.
Might have a sister, you never know.
Do you know many faux shizzles? God dang.
With my training under...
I don't remember what a real last name is.
I actually learned how to deal with curses. So unless it's a
Gar.
powerful curse, my pay grade.
My bad
Shit.
grade.
That was like a serious note from Josh.
Gar, I just
know.
messaged you.
Gar.
I
You're about to die. No.
Yeah.
I maybe right.
What?
Well, we were heading.
God, did you just
You can't
lose
just
your
skip
train of
over that.
thought?
Are you okay? What happened?
What?
You started to say something that was very important, that you could maybe deal with this so-called curse, and then you just stopped.
Oh, right. Yes, I perhaps could deal with that as long as it's not a super powerful
Curse?
curse. Yes.
Gar, are you alright?
No, fine.
It's not.
No, you're not.
Fine.
I think we should go talk to the magistrate.
I
and
agree.
maybe-
Probably a good
It's-
idea.
Whatever had
Very
just
quickly.
happened, Gar, you feel normal now.
No,
Thank you for all the information. We'll be going now.
Right, very well. Well, like I said, I'm out here on the border. A lot of people see me before they come in since I'm the one on this side of town. But if you need anything, just holler.
Holler. What's that
like,
mean?
like
Well, it's an expression. Well, it's an expression around here. Obviously, I won't hear that if you're in the tavern or nothing. But
So then why ask us to do it?
right, you have a good day now, and you just come back if you need me at all.
To reach out, Mavis, to reach out and let him know. I'm gonna move the horses.
Yes. The horses continue on into town. You make your way. Are you going to the clinic / temple first, or the tavern first?
Well, he said she was hung out in the tavern, so I would go to the tavern first.
Okay,
Is
sure.
there like a stable or something where I can I know it's a small.
You do
village,
see
but-
that there are apparently a few different accommodations here for travelers. There appears to be a stable, almost like a. It's very simple in its design, just like bay after bay after bay. Several bays where people can store their horses for the next day. You take a second and go over and make sure that the horses are safe for the night as you stand in front of this tavern in the center of, I guess, what's considered a town square, though the roads themselves are not so much cobble as dirt with inlaid stones occasionally. And there's a well in the center of town kind of marking this town square. When you look at... I just realized I'm still using this music. One moment.
Now we turn on battle music.
Ba-ba-ba.
Get ready. Cassiani's here to kill us.
Hey.
That'd be a twist.
So, as you... Actually, no, this one. Yes, that one. Perfect. As you stand in front of... Am I hearing this in double? What's happening?
I don't hear it.
You don't hear
I
anything?
hear rain. Yeah, I hear rain and strumming.
I swear I'm hearing it in double. That's okay.
At least it
Let's
sounds like
do...
rain.
Yep.
Yeah, I hear
Let's
it
do
now.
this for now.
Or like a
Okay.
running brook or something.
Yeah. So, as you stand in front of this tavern, each of you disembarked from the carriage now. God dang it, Joel. You stand in front of a tavern that is almost like a tiered design to it. In the front, there's an awning that creates almost a small landing that heads further inside. And then the tavern itself almost comes out in a U shape. And a sign on the front of it reads The Crooked Nook.
Crooked Nooked. All right.
Mine just suck.
Okay, Nug.
As you guys head inside, you see, excuse me, primarily there seem to be quite a few humans in here, a few elves, but that's pretty much all you see. You don't see gnomes or dwarves, and it seems like whoever's here, the people inside as you enter the tavern. Good lord, that's loud.
So we vibing is what I'm hearing.
You vibing in this
This
tavern.
place passes the vibe check.
Yeah.
Vibe like 100.
As you head inside, you see 4 individuals around a table. They appear to be rolling some dice between them. One of them gets up and cheers and slams like cups against another individual as they both take a drink and take a small pile of copper from the individuals across the table from them.
Copper.
A couple other people seem deep in conversation, 2 humans in one of the tables along the side of the wall. There's a bar that stands off to your left that comes out in a sort of L shape. Separating the actual food and drink portion of this place from the rest of it. There seems to be probably close to a... Yeah, right. Sure.
Yeah, he
Just rolled a 98, not a D100.
I definitely fell for it for a sec, though.
There appears to be probably about 10 to 12 tables in here, with probably about 70% of them being occupied at the moment. And most people don't seem too bothered by all of you entering this tavern. Looking as you may, you stand in the entranceway with what looks like a male human who the farmer at the entrance told you was Aben Guron, which I'll paste that.
I spelled that wrong.
I spelled it completely wrong.
Oh my god. Yeah, I missed many letters.
Me too.
Oh god, what have I done? What has happened?
As you guys enter, standing in the doorway here, a staircase off to your right and another one off to your left. What are you doing?
I would like to probably go straight up to Aben Guron, or however you want to pronounce that. And just ask, excuse me.
Hello.
Currently looking for someone.
Well, if
I'm
you
butcher her name. Hold on.
do what I can to help you. I mean, welcome to the Crooked Nook. First and foremost, we have beer and all sorts of alcohol providence for anything you might want.
I will definitely be taking up on that, but later.
We're
Very
looking
well.
for a woman named Chassiana
Sourzill.
Uh-oh.
What up?
TJ having some issues with his game.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, that's why I was freaking out.
Oh.
His interface is like...
My interface was
Flipping
going
out.
crazy. I
Oh,
restarted it.
damn. Yeah, you
somehow.
did. Holy
Oh,
shit.
no, I'm not. What is happening?
Are you good?
My journals are going crazy, and my chat's going crazy.
Huh.
What the heck?
I can't... When I open up my journal, it just goes insane.
That's bizarre. Did something get pasted that shouldn't have gotten pasted?
Well, I copied the Aben Gurun name and pasted it, and then everything went haywire.
Let me see if it happens when I open it up. Which one is it? Which one of your journals?
Session 010.
010. Yeah, that screws something up big time, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's fine once you close it. Everything else works normal. It's just
Can you open
Wow.
up the source to see?
Yeah, can you open up the source, copy it, and then I can just make a new journal?
Sure. Let me do that real quick.
Just move the last thing I pasted in it, so we're...
This is
Or no, I would pasted it where his name was. So search for Aben's name, see if something got pasted in weird.
Oh my goodness.
Joel says Aben must have been cursed that he passed it on to Zeos. Crying face.
That's so weird. I can't...
Technical difficulties.
It appears to be a canvas.
Oh, it pasted.
Why is it a canvas?
I wonder if it like
I think I
selected too far.
I think I pasted the actual game inside the journal.
Yeah.
You
You might have actually selected too far, and then it actually tried to keep formatting and
Yeah, so
create the canvas
maybe I
element.
copied the canvas game itself and the like actual JavaScript code
Yeah.
in HTML and pasted that into the journal. And now
Yeah.
the game's trying to render in the journal.
Okay.
You got a game within a game.
Hold on, I think I might be able to. I got this. Hold on, I got this.
Do not
Oh,
just
wait,
control
here it
Z.
is.
No, because
You
I
already closed
restarted
it.
my game. So the
Yeah.
history's gone.
Okay, wait, I
Um,
think I got it. Let's do this. Let's do that.
Everything after.
Here, TJ, try to paste this in. Oh god, I don't know if it'll actually work.
It'll probably send a text document for them to download.
It did. So, try pasting that into a new entry and see if that fixes it. Yeah, we are using Foundry VTT, and it's normally really good, but it's still in beta, to be fair. So,
Yeah, no, I see what happened.
yeah. It's also a little more lenient with what it allows you to do if you have some... It's Foundry.
on the same wavelength.
Yes.
So good.
Bye.
Did we just become best friends?
Okay, man.
Okay.
Oh, that just made me sad for some reason. Okay.
Only
I
two.
know, right?
Oh, wow. Nice
And then
identity.
you bring out the journal. So
Okay, cool. So we're good?
yeah, I cleared out the journal, but I need my original stuff.
That's what I just sent to you in the message.txt. I think that's what was in there.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Okay. We'll try and wait until this
Good
is...
thing I'm a programmer, so I should be able to fix this, right?
Right?
Oh yeah, brother.
That's what we deal with.
In the meantime, this music is great.
Oh, yeah. It's got that taverny vibe. I mean, even if there's not actually a band
What
playing,
sent me
you
is
need
what I
tavern
have
music.
as well. It looks like
You what?
what I copied. What you sent me is what I copied. So
Oh, okay. So we both...
I gotta go
nice.
through and like fix this.
Okay. I totally forgot where we were. You had asked if he had seen Chasiana. Yeah, okay. Yes, that's the main reason actually that I got Foundry, was because I was running into storage issues on Roll20, and I either had to start paying for a subscription to Roll20 to fix it, or delete old files, and Foundry is self-hosted, so that was much more appealing to me. And a one-time purchase. That's true.
Alright.
I canceled my Roll20 sub. Anyway,
Oh, you did? Nice.
I have to. I haven't done it yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, Foundry's been working, so...
Alrighty.
Yeah, if you want, actually, you can start a new journal, TJ, and we can try and fix that
Well,
afterwards.
I've already fixed most of it.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
All right, so you walk up and you ask this individual, dark hair, kind of parted down the middle. Looks like probably late 20s, a bit of a, like, scruffy beard, but short. Looks like he's a a farmer working man. Like, that's kind of the vibe that a lot of these people exude. You can tell that this town, Taewe, is small, but given the fact that it's on the main road, the tavern is lively. People of all different types appear to be in here. And you ask him if he's heard of Chasiana Thelrazil, and he kind of stops for a second. Can't say that I've heard of Chasiana. It's a unique name. I feel like and as he starts finishing it, you feel a hand on your shoulder as you turn and see a clearly half-elven female. The ears ever so slightly pointed, short red hair that kind of comes down in a bit of a curl at the end, green eyes, and a determined expression on her face. I'm trying to see if I can actually show this. You know what? I'll just do it this way.
All good now.
Nice.
Oh,
Look at that.
she
Why
beat him.
does she look
Good at that.
Now welcome on the ship.
Let me adjust this. As she stares you straight in the eyes, May, given that she heard you say this name, she simply asks, "Who's asking?"
Friends of Oliver's.
Oliver.
What's his last name?
I don't remember.
Me neither.
Neither does the DM. 1 second.
It
Hold
doesn't
up.
matter.
Ooh,
She ever
I think it was
lied.
my creepy voice.
McCreepy
Oh,
boy.
yes, you're
I
right.
don't
That
think
was
he
him.
ever gave us the last
I don't know.
I
Yeah,
don't
he
think
did.
he did his last name either.
I just remember me
Flynn.
thinking that it was Oliver Wood. because-
Oliver.
Flynn.
Oliver Flynn. Yep.
Flynn.
I wrote it down. He did give us
Nice.
the last.
Oliver Flynn. He sent us from Harmony to check on you.
Oliver Flynn. Yeah, I figured he would send someone to check on me. It was only a matter of time. But you can tell him I'm fine, clearly. I'm in the town of Taewe, and... What, it's peaceful, relaxed? Who wouldn't want to stay
Can I
here
roll
for a
an
little while?
insight to see how tense she is? Because I'm feeling it right now.
Sure, go ahead and roll an insight check.
Dave, I want to figure out how thin she is as well. Where the fuck? Mall scattered.
I just
No.
feel his voice. I was like, she is tense AF right now.
Um,
I like for the Quidditch team just because
24, nice. 18. Okay.
We digress.
1 second, I gotta do this now. Yeah, let's go with that one. Okay. Looking at her, she appears... Her eyes give the sense that she is very bullheaded in her personality, but she also appears very quick to justify why she's been away for so long, if that makes sense. Like, she wishes that she didn't have to give such an explanation, but she's just like giving one off the cuff, and she does appear a bit flustered.
Are you going to be staying much longer then? We would love to give Oliver some word.
Well, I'll be staying as long as I need to.
You know, we've traveled quite some way to come find you, and you're giving us, well,
Yes.
just about nothing.
Very
Why you-
pleased.
Why are you coming to try and find me? I'm just a bard from Harmony.
Because
just
your
said-
friend is very curious about you and cares about you deeply.
Uh-huh. It seems like it. What with all of his warm personality and whatnot. Listen, I understand if Oliver was worried about me, but you can tell him that I'm fine. Just tell him to stop worrying. I'll be back when I get this whole thing figured out.
There's
This whole
also
thing.
a bit of a request from us, if you wouldn't mind.
A request?
Yes. Oliver informed me that you are, or have been, or have made contact with a monk tribe up in what's known Cloud Spires.
Yeah, I've been over there a few times, trying to get on their good side, trying to figure out what they know. Why are you curious?
Well, we were wondering if you might be, well, I am at least, wondering if you might guide us to them so we know where we're going. We are in search of something, and we believe it might be with them.
You know, I've spent a long time trying to build up a reputation with them, and I would need a damn good reason to bring someone in there for just a visit.
Well,
And plus, I'm not going to leave this town until I figure out what's plaguing all of these people. apparently there's a curse around here.
I actually want to ask you about that. I'm afraid, I might be suffering from it.
You too.
Yeah.
Well, all the more reason to try and figure out how to get rid of it, right? Just because they say that it can't be done doesn't mean it's actually true.
Very true. Would you like to sit down and we can talk about it further?
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Oh my gosh, that was so clever.
I was like, Raven, shut up!
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Go.
She takes a second, and you can see you can see her eyes almost catalog who you are in a split second. And nevertheless, almost like partially out of the words you said, but more out of just genuine curiosity. She kind of nods her head almost over towards empty table. All right, why not? The more the merrier, right?
True, and we can possibly figure this out.
That's what I'm hoping for. She goes over and pulls a chair out for you. She kind of holds herself pretty straight and like rigid the whole time. Not out and seemingly out of fear, more out of like confidence, even if it's a little bit feigned.
I'm gonna take out my journal, turn to refresh, please, and I'm just gonna be like,
Brings down the glasses. So.
no.
So, what do you know about it? From what I hear.
So on this, tell me.
Oh my gosh. I stumbled into the forest today, so I don't know much about it. Can we talk about how long you've had it and any symptoms you've had?
Just you or the 4 others around you here?
I kind of look at them to see if they're okay with me sharing that information.
Are we in on this convo, or did they go
If
off
you guys
on
want to
their
be. Like, it
Yeah.
wasn't very far.
own? Allowing it, hell yeah. I mean,
Yeah, you guys all have been looking for Chasiana for a little bit, so I would say that, yeah, and she doesn't pull out chairs for the rest of you, but she doesn't bat an eye when you pull chairs out yourself.
I try to reach into Zeus'
she pulled out a
bag
chair
of
out for
holding.
me?
She did.
Oh,
for a
damn,
stool.
girl. All right. Hey. Okay, sorry.
What kind of symptoms have I had? Well, symptoms, right. Well, I suppose that was the first one a few days ago. I blanked, or whatever they call it around here. Blanking, forgetting something, losing your train of thought, yada, yada, yada. And she takes a second to kind of look you up and down, and she... Actually, I want to do the check here. Okay. She notices the prayer beads in your hand. Which one do you follow?
I'm Manil Matari. I follow Andrea Mater.
Haven't heard of him. What's he do?
He takes on the burden of suffering from others.
So whose curse did you take instead of them?
I don't know quite yet, but I'm happy to take somebody else's curse if I could.
Alright. Listen. I'm not used to this whole sort of thing. I'm not used to slowly losing myself here, and I'd prefer to keep that on the down low. I'm here to help the other people try and figure out how to get rid of this curse, right? She kind of winks at you.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. That being said, I heard some whispers the other night when I was the only one in the room. Nobody was there, of course, but, well, let's just say it was off-putting. Day before, I could have swore I saw a shadow staring at me between one of the houses, and when I went to get a closer look, well, it was a scarecrow, but not exactly the shadow that I saw. It's a bunch of weird things. I'm not quite sure, but they say that's how it starts, and they say there's no cure, and I don't believe them.
I agree with
We'll
you.
find a cure.
From what I hear, I talked to the magistrate here, Alcaeus, and he said that it all started with some sort of warlock a few decades ago. And he was in the... I can't remember. What I mean is we should probably ask Alcaeus for the full story, because he told it pretty well last time, and he knows that sort of thing. But... unfortunately, he also says there's no cure. So, that leaves me in a little bit of a predicament, you see, because I'd like to go back to Harmony. I'd like to go back to where I'm from, maybe even back to the monks that you guys want to see. But I'm not leaving until I'm sure that this is taken care of. She kind of, like, leans back in her chair a little bit.
I will help you.
What about them?
I'm
I look at them.
You?
Yes, I think I was telling you before. I had some training with the clergy.
Ah, right. You mentioned that briefly, and then he started talking. She gives Mavis a side glance with her eyes. I lost my train of thought after that. Well, how can you help? In a way that somebody else hasn't. I mean, if this has been around for decades, I assume pretty much everything under the sun has been tried.
Well, this is a small town, and I don't think they get many visitors.
What were we talking about?
Oh, they get a few visitors. I've stopped here every time on my way in, unfortunately. Got caught in that damn forest this time around. So,
Caught. Did
well,
you voluntarily go in? Or did you? It's alright if you did.
yes and yes.
Alright.
From what I hear, the forest always makes you see something, and then you go in, and then you get caught.
Yes.
Didn't realize I was standing in the middle of what seemed like a haunted forest from one of the children's nightmarish books until it was too late. Ran out while I still had the chance. Felt like there were whispering shadows chasing me the whole damn time.
I
Excuse me.
acknowledge it,
I'll be right
but
back.
I don't change anything because I think I can figure out what's going on here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go try to drag him back. Gar. He got up and went over to where people are dancing.
I have a question. Do I know anything about curses? Have I ever had to deal with something of this? Like, not this nature, but of a curse-like nature before?
Ooh, which one would this be? Due to the nature in which you would have addressed them, make a religion check with advantage.
That's amazing.
Oh, hey.
I would say you've heard of curses. You know of a spell, remove curse, that has been cast occasionally, even though you don't know how to cast that one.
Yeah.
That seems to remove some curses. Some curses are resistant to it, though usually those are deep curses. Very strong ones that maybe are cast by a very powerful being.
Oh, God,
Yes,
you're
we
back.
are.
Yes.
I'm
Yeah.
back.
Help with that.
Wait, he
Okay,
just
this
said
is
that.
going
Didn't he
erratic.
just say that? Wait, are you feeling okay, Dragonborn?
Are you feeling okay? Half elf?
He's okay.
I mean,
He's all right.
We're all a little bit tense right now. And
We just
You just have
fought
a
a couple
10 minutes.
cyclops. We barely made it through that. It's been a journey.
Cyclops. Impressive.
Yeah.
I would kind of like,
Cyclopean.
Hey, Gar.
There's multiple.
I would take Gar out to dance and just like start distracting him.
My pleasure.
I've never been dancing before.
If you want, I could milk.
Excuse me?
Not at the time, Gar.
I just keep dancing.
Don't hour it.
So
Um,
she looks over.
my friend there is a cleric, and he seems to be.
Is he
Ailed.
also affected with the curse? The blanking?
I believe so. I believe that's what we're looking at as I look at him dancing with Laren. He's not normally this way.
They seem to be
Um,
enjoying themselves. Does he not usually enjoy himself?
I like that.
He's more of a milk and fish jerky kind of guy.
Yeah.
Milk and fish jerky. Haven't heard that one before. That's a good one.
Not
Well-
really.
Yeah.
Oh, the fish jerky's good.
As I'm like, that wasn't a joke.
Yeah.
Where is? Did you say Alcaeus or Arcaeus?
Alcaeus, yeah, he's the magistrate here, the one that leads the town from what I hear, and I think he's over in the temple. We could talk to him before the night's over. We've still got some daylight left.
I do plan to do that. You can join me if you like, but you don't have to.
No, I'd like to. I'd like to get this whole thing figured out as soon as humanly possible.
May, should we leave the others dancing?
I trust Laren. Take care of things.
As you look out on the dance floor, Gar has already like stumbled over a little bit. He looks like he's a little bit drunk, even though you have not seen him drink at all. Laren, as she tries to back up, kind of bumps into somebody next to her, but rejoins pretty quickly as they both look.
In all this?
Gar's doing Nathan's work.
In full heavy armor.
Oh god.
Taking the entire tavern.
Yes, we do. I'm almost fine.
We do.
Yes.
Yeah, worm. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the three of you guys are May, Zeos, and Mavis are currently with Chasiana.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay, let's go to the temple.
I think they got that. They look like they're really enjoying the music.
I was 3 sheets in the wind, man.
Yeah, that was like 2 hours into drinks. It was a wonder to behold.
It's my proudest moment.
I'm just remembering.
It really burns in the memory. Huh?
So good.
We had it going really well, and then it just collapsed.
Oh my god.
So as you guys all stand up, she nods over. Do they want to join us? You said he's the one that can probably help us. We should probably have him there now.
I think he's a little under the weather right now, and I don't know if he'll be of much service to us.
He took a good beating from the Cyclop Eye.
Did you say Cyclop Eye? That hurt to hear.
Cyclops.
Cyclop Eye.
They will appease you with their cyclops.
All right. Well, sure. Why not? Let's go over there and have him tell us the story, because that'll probably shed a little light on it.
That's what we need right now.
As she takes you out through the tavern, you guys pass probably within 5 feet of Gar. He looks like he's probably doing an imitation of the way that he rode the carriage a little bit. And
passing that close, yeah, I would tell Laren that we're gonna
yeah,
go.
you guys are close
keep
enough
an
to
eye
tell
on
them.
Gar. I'll come back with all the notes. Like,
And I give a nod of understanding.
And then you go right back to doing the Macarena.
Yeah. Keep going.
sorry.
Can you spell the guy's name that we're going
Yeah.
to
Oh,
If you
I'll
beat
get it right.
I'll paste that for you.
I definitely didn't because I
I
wrote
will-
Arcaeus.
I will help manually and not copy the whole game into my journal this time.
I'll
Good
copy the
call.
whole game though, and then I won't be able to.
It does sound pretty
I
fun.
know literally nothing about this stuff.
That's actually what happened. Looking back at it to the actual source file, it just like had the canvas there and everything, and I'm like, oh
Yeah.
god,
Yeah.
copying the game in.
Man, that
Oh.
musical was good.
Yeah,
Well,
that was perfect. That was literally better than I would have planned for it, though. The way you did that. So,
Laren,
Yes.
why are we dancing? We need to be helping Chasiana.
Yes. I just take a little break, have some fun.
Right.
They've got
Not
it. They
enough time.
can handle it. We should get soured milk, yeah?
No, where did they run off to? We should be helping.
They have everything under control.
Laren,
They're yes.
as you're talking, you forget what you were just about to say.
Oh.
I knew this was gonna happen when I was the one
Yep.
I did it anyway.
I mean, I believe they have every. We should keep dancing, yeah? Let's.
No, we need to be helping.
I think we are, though, Gar. I think we are.
This is the dance of life.
As much as you're a great dancer, I think that we should head to wherever they went and assist.
As Gar is speaking, he seems normal, Laren.
I can't remember why we would. I suppose we can go. I don't know where they are.
What? Oh God! I was just about to go like this and start talking.
Yeah. It's just instinct.
You do have Mavis face.
You guys both, as you...
Pull out Mavis.
So, how much did I forget? Would I have remembered what made
You don't actually forget anything. You just forget what you were just about to say.
Okay.
You don't forget anything that has happened.
I do have this. I could ask where they're at.
Do what?
As he holds out a
After all the
rock.
little Mavis, please.
Yeah. You haven't seen the... Oh, wait, you saw him giving it to... Yeah. You saw Mavis giving Gar this stone in the
Well,
tavern.
I think it's best that we stay. For now.
But I could assist. I know how to remove curses.
I believe May knows it the same. And I think they have it under control. Didn't May say she knew? Am I wrong?
You've never heard her say she knew.
She was going to come back with all the notes.
You've never heard her say it.
Right. Well, I guess we could at least just get the rooms. I'm tired.
Very well.
You guys walk up to the innkeeper and...
I think Rachel has some amnesia.
And you purchase rooms. It's a relatively moderate living inn, so it's about 5 silver a room. And seeming as you're probably only going to pay for a night, 2.5 gold for that.
Give 3 to cover breakfast in the morning, perhaps, at least for myself.
Yeah, the man behind the counter like raises an eyebrow, but gives you a nod, like, "All right, we don't normally do that, but I will."
Well, you don't do breakfast.
Well, no, we don't normally have people pay in advance. You get what you want when you get up.
This way I don't forget.
Right. A lot of people forgetting things around here. Good call. Are you guys going to rejoin them after you pay for the rooms, or are you just paying for the rooms and like going up and chilling?
Larry said we need to keep dancing.
You gotta keep dancing.
I get soured milk.
Rooms and then start dancing again, I guess.
For me right now, like, would I recognize that I'm starting to forget a little?
You forgot what you were just about to say, so it's your call.
So then I probably wouldn't trust myself because I know May has a plan with what she's doing, and if I go and display those symptoms, I don't know.
Let me restate. The town is aware that this curse exists. You don't have to keep it hidden.
Okay. Then I guess we can rejoin.
So we're not dancing anymore.
No, let's go.
Right. Where are we going? You said you forgot where they were heading. Do you remember?
I believe I remember, yes.
Okay. Let's
Dancing out. Oh my god.
Oh,
no,
that's
dancing the whole
way too
time.
fitting.
Oh.
And Zor just said never stop dancing.
Yeah.
We're dead.
Oh, no.
So you guys head out
very
and pretty
fitting.
easily seeing where this place actually has properly like inset stone slabs into the floor leading up to a
Finish your diet.
temple. However, before that, we'll get to oh man.
Joel.
Moon walks out of the tavern.
I mean, the options aren't mutually exclusive. Moon walks out of tavern.
It's amazing. So May, Zeos, and Mavis, as you guys begin walking towards this temple, Chasiana speaks up. So why do you want to see some monks over in the east anyway? Why do you want me to lead you there?
Well, I think they want to see us.
They want to see it.
See
You
us.
see,
The monks, have they ever met you before? Do they know who you are, your name?
I think it means in more like a spiritual way.
If they wanted to see you, why do you need me?
Well,
you know their
things don't
customs,
always
Baron.
give answers, I guess.
We don't want to be disrespectful when we arrive and just be booted out immediately, and apparently you had success with it, so...
Listen, the Cloudspire monks are very private, very shy. They don't show
That's what
themselves
some
to
do.
anyone. Yeah, unless you have a way to get in, it makes sense why you'd need me, but why would you need me if they're expecting you?
It doesn't...
Things work in mysterious ways sometimes. You know, maybe they foresaw you having issues here, so they wanted us to come here, help you, so you guide us to them, and then things get solved here, and then we end up there, and bada bing, bada boom.
I haven't heard of any of the monks having the ability to send any visions to people. Are you sure you... What makes you think you got one from them?
Well, I did a lot of research, and it was the only one that looked like the space that I saw in this, I guess you could say, vision.
And are you the
Of
only one
where-
that saw it? She kind of takes a rapier off her hip, not in a threatening way, and just kind of like fiddles with it.
Well, myself and the rest of us.
What are you doing
Just-
with that rapier there?
Just it's how I stay calm. She kind of flips it in the air and catches it,
Very calmly.
almost like a baton flying through the air. It's calming to me.
Not so much to us.
Don't worry, I haven't dropped this thing in probably 15 years.
But you
Okay.
have dropped it.
Back when I first joined the College of Swords, yeah.
College of Swords.
I don't know what you were at the college.
I think I remember hearing of that one.
Well,
It's
I would
one
hope
of the
so.
4 colleges in Harmony.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, this thing's sort of like an extension of us. And she points up one finger and balances the pommel on the end of it, and just you can see it doesn't actually wiggle. It kind of stands perfectly straight. Ever so slight, like micro adjustments to her finger keep it straight as she just lets it slide back into her hand.
Why is it that you went to see the monk?
Well, to be honest, I was hoping they could help me.
With?
Well,
I like traveling. I like trying to see, maybe discover something people haven't seen before.
Oh, me too.
Well, that's one thing at least that you and I have in common. Anyways, we...
did you ever put the person's name in?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Oh, that's right.
Sorry, I was just like, my sentence
Oh
that I was
my god,
typing.
that was wrong.
Okay, okay.
That was just wrong.
Yep.
Did he have a
Not
last name or was
even.
it just? Okay.
She never said it.
I think I got the first and last letter right.
I added an H after the C. Other than that, it was right.
Oh, wow, nice.
Oh.
Well, I figured they might know something about cadence and cadenza.
I
Cadence
all
and
that.
cadenza. Is that, people or the...
Would I know the term? Like, would I've heard that term
Do
when
I
it comes
know
to
that?
music?
I would say
Before.
you probably have heard of cadence as a musical term.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. Most people would have heard that at some point. Cadenza, make a history check if anybody is trying to figure out.
I'm just thinking of
Do
riffs
I need to
now.
make a history check? Do I get advantage on this history check? How do you spell cadence? I don't know this stuff. I'm bad at spelling, and English is a terrible language.
I think that
Go ahead and, yeah, you would be able to make a history check, but it probably wouldn't do with advantage.
Okay.
Um,
Okay, yeah, when I copy stuff from the chat log, it goes bazonkos.
can you try like
Bazonko.
Control Shift V?
That buzz-
I
Ooh,
did this time, just in
Really?
case, and yeah, so when I did it, it pasted, hold on, let me do this.
Uh-oh.
Oh, not that time, but when I copied it from Mavis, it pasted like 3 journals with it, journal names.
Wow.
Wow.
I have no idea what's happening there.
That's strange.
Yeah, so Mavis, and if anybody's trying to figure out if they've heard of this before, that's a
Oh,
good
yeah,
history
I
check.
was-
Holy. You can go ahead and make history checks.
Ugh, what a terrible check.
All right.
I forget that Mavis has better history checks than me.
Yeah.
Just because his freaking intelligence is so high.
Mavis, given the nature of this, I would say that you don't know the specifics of what she's talking about, but you've heard of cadenza being another musical term. Different. It represents more a solo in the song itself, where somebody who plays an instrument or perhaps singing with their voice is set apart from the rest of the song. That's the cadenza. Whereas the cadence is the overarching melody and structure of the song.
Tempo, all that. Okay.
Exactly.
Yep.
Man, when Josh knows more about music lore than you, and you went to band camp.
Well, Nathan knew that, but
Yeah.
Mavis did not.
I didn't actually go to band camp.
Cadence
But
and
it was a
cadenza.
And the musical terms?
Well, yeah.
Why would the monks know about music over the college of, well, all the bards?
Well, you see, cadence and cadenza were said to be... And she kind of stops before going into the temple here and, like, rests against one of the side fences. Cadence and cadenza were said to be instruments of Milil, instruments for change. In times of war, they would turn the tides of war. In times of peace, they would be what he used to enforce order and structure. Maybe they can help us get some answers to what happened in the First Age and, well, in all of it. If I can find them, maybe playing a single note on them would be all I would need. Maybe I would remember whatever is forgotten to the First Age.
So
How you
you...
spell Milil again?
Milil.
Me, Lil.
Me little.
Milil.
So you're searching for information on the first aid?
Yeah, on the First Age. As you probably know, it's information on that's all sorts of jumbled.
Indeed.
Nobody knows what really happened. I don't like not knowing. I want to know. So,
I agree.
well, that's another thing you and I jive on.
Jive.
It's frustrating, right? It's the sort of thing like it's formed everything that we see around us. Harmony, even probably, but nobody really knows.
That was
That's frustrating, indeed.
Gets under my skin. I don't like it. It's the sort of thing that. It's the sort of thing that I don't like to deal with. So, but from what I hear, cadence and cadenza. Some people think that they were maybe, I don't know, a violin and its bow. Others think that maybe it was a drum and its sticks. Cadenza was said to be strong, stalwart, stood alone, something that could not be moved. Whereas cadence was a barrier, a shield, the one that would go out and perform the work. It was almost like a base in its reach. Cadenza was the solid home, and cadence was its, well, instrument for change, I suppose. So as such, there's a lot of instruments that would line up with that. You know, if you're playing a violin or a fiddle. And at this time, Gar and Laren, you begin walking up. Cadenza would technically be the fiddle, right? Whereas cadence is the bow. I'm not quite sure. Nobody really knows for sure what it could be. But
it's clear that these monks potentially have information related to the first age.
yeah, I've seen some things there. And I spent a long time trying to get into their good graces, so whatever reason you all have for going there's better be damn good, because I don't want to ruin it.
I'm
well, you
glance.
can guide us there. And
I'm
if
looking
you
at
want-
Zeus for this one.
Yeah, I'm looking at Zeus and back to May, and then
Right, I'm like,
All we request is guidance to how to get there. We don't have to say, or you don't have to come with us, hopefully, through the journey. We don't want to ruin any goodwill you have with monks.
No, if you know something about them, I want to know. Like I said, I've been spending a long time trying to build up this relationship with them.
Let us ask you this. The monks, what is the... Do they have a set, like, uniform or colors that they wear?
When did you guys get there?
We arrived a
You
moment ago.
Yeah,
Just
you
right there.
hear them walk up, doing some sort of disco on their way. No. What was your question about attire, you said?
Right, did they follow, like, a set uniform or colors, perhaps?
Well, I mean, some of them. I guess a lot of them they live really simple lives, just robes, white robes for a lot of them. Some of them do wear blue though.
What about those higher up, perhaps within the community? Those of leadership and power.
Higher up. I've been trying to. Let me paint the picture for you. I've been trying to get into their good graces for nearly a year. I just finished a month ago. They finally trust me. I know next to nothing, except that there's something there. They seem to know something about the first age. They have like these statues, these stone busts and figurines of things that have notes, like the symbol for harmony, written all over them. Or others that are obscure, like a box with a bunch of inset sides on it, or like a orb that has like part of it going out almost like an hourglass. I don't know. It's very strange, but it's...
The reason I asked, it sounds as if we've shared some information with her.
Not too
Very
much.
little.
Just that we're interested in the first age.
Well, he has said that. I'm just interested in her guiding us to the monks, which,
Because they have information on the first age.
well, that's not why we want to go there, but if you want to go there for that.
Oh, I thought that's why we wanted to go there.
When she described the colors in that, did it remind me of what we saw the guy wearing?
I won't even say you have to make a check for this. You remember him wearing almost like these stone bracers on both hands, a simple cloth robe with a sash tied around. The sash was blue in color. The cloth robe itself almost seemed like a bright yellow that could have been perhaps a whitish as well, like an off-white leaning towards yellow. The colors match pretty much from what she was saying.
Okay. Right. Well, if memory serves, the colors at least match what we'd seen previously.
And you all just woke up one morning and had this realization, had this vision, just spoke to you?
Well, before
Sure.
before we go into any information, I mean, would you agree that I do so tire of ceaseless light?
I'm looking for
I look at
any.
me
Sure.
again. So
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Yeah,
Perception.
I'm looking to.
Anybody
Not
that as no, this would be insight, sorry. Anybody that looks as Mavis says this for her response, go ahead and make
You know what? I don't know what this means, but you know what? I'm gonna see if she knows it because I don't.
Hey.
you all take a second and it's like all eyes glance straight to her as Mavis says this.
That's a little creepy.
Yeah. it's like a cult situation. It's scary. Oh, damn. Everyone except Zeos, unfortunately.
Let's go cross-eyed.
I'm literally like, my mind right now is focused on everything she described that she'd seen at the monk's place. The statues, the orb that's shaped like an hourglass,
The cube with the
cube,
inset
which I'm
sides.
trying not to say out loud so Mavis doesn't say anything dumb.
Yeah. Everybody except Zeos. As Mavis says this, she kind of looks up from Mavis. That's one less thing that we have in common then, because I personally love when it's light out. Makes me actually see what I'm doing with this thing as she balances the rapier on her finger again. What about you? Do you also tire of ceaseless light like this one?
No, I like the light. It allows me to see assailants.
To see what?
Assailants?
Oh.
This is me then. See
I
if
don't
we have more
have.
in common.
Can't see in the dark, so.
Ah.
I thought you
Well-
said a seance.
I know, I did too. That's why I was so confused. I heard seance.
I'm humble.
Nonetheless, what you've described to us is quite interesting. But in order for us to even get to that first step, we need to figure out what's going on here.
Very true.
Like you said.
Yeah, I'm not leaving until I figure that out, so let's go
Indeed.
inside. And she turns towards the temple and starts walking in. As you enter the temple, the sounds of the town kind of... People closing up for the night. Some lanterns people have begun to light lanterns. some doors have closed from different residences, and you enter the temple. It seems very small in its construction, but you see several beds lined up in this area. Some people, like one person in the corner kind of rocking as they look over to one of the corners of the room and then look back, look over to a different corner of the room and look back. You see somebody else kind of talking to themselves in the corner on a bed. You see another person
walking into a PTSD room.
Yeah, it's kind of overwhelming, the amount of people in here that seem to be affected with what this curse is. And somebody up in the front, you see a female elven individual kind of sitting down on the bed looking up at an elderly man that he's got like a bushy beard that kind of comes out to a little bit of a point, hair that goes a little bit down just past his shoulders, grayed, appears to be wearing just a simple cap, a little bit, like just ever so slightly on the heavier side, not overweight, but damn it, Nick. And in these robes that kind of look like what you would expect from some sort of political position, probably very proper attire. Leaning down, and although he's wearing proper attire, his eyes are properly focused on this elven individual in front of him as he appears to be handing her a bowl of what is probably tea from its color. And you hear Chasiana like nod over. Well, that's him. Alcaeus. Well, we doing this? We're just asking him about the legends, right?
Yeah, let's waste no time. All right.
I
Wish I
just
could
walked
remember
up to
the
him
damn thing.
Completely unfazed by the entire room.
Yeah. Okay. As you, this is towards the front, so you don't really have to enter further into the room, and you can see the man referenced as Alcaeus like raise his head as you guys approach.
1 second, dear. Hello, welcome. Is there something I can do for you?
And you can see Chasiana step forward. Yes, Alcaeus. I'm here again. Sorry that I've been here for so long and keep asking you the same questions as before, but we were wondering if you could tell us, and as he looks kind of over at you guys and looks over at her. Oh, sorry, these are my
Friends.
Companions.
right.
And would these companions have any names?
Mavis Gems. Pleasure to meet you.
Mavis Shems. Alcaeus Bremley. The pleasure is
Yes,
mine.
Ramsey.
And the rest of you?
Gozresh.
Zarash.
He looks over at you, May, as you were the one that was getting ready to speak at first when Chasiana cut you off.
May Marivaldi.
May. Alcaeus. And you, young miss.
Laren Manumet.
Laren. And you know, we have different attire and shirts. If you are down on times, my friend, we can clothe you if you need it.
Yeah,
Does
you
all
like the
right,
one,
really?
really.
He
People from
prefers it that way.
all walks of
Yeah.
life in here. It's quite understandable.
Sorry, what were you asking?
Well, your name for starters.
You can just call me Zeus.
Zeus. And how may I help all of you?
We've come wondering about the lying woods and the curse that has
the
come
lying
upon
woods.
this town.
Well, as you can see from the curse,
He looks around the room.
continues to take many. What is it you would like to know?
Everything.
Everything.
Personally, I'd like to know how it started.
Well, that I can do. I was here many years ago when it began.
Give me one moment as he leans down and finishes, like, handing over a couple more items, a small loaf of bread to this elven woman.
More
Now
bowls of tea.
Now rest up, dear. Drink the other 98 bowls of tea when you're ready.
A lot of tea.
Yeah, people are addicts.
God, legit dying.
It's so good. It's my favorite thing.
It just reminds me when Minnie cracks up laughing and then she starts snorting, and I'm like, I just cry whenever she.
Oh my god.
Like, you're snorting, and then she dies more. She's like, no.
When Vinny would 404, man, it was fucking hilarious.
Oh god. It was so good. I need to make that a command for that 404 and just make it return that biddy clip.
Yeah.
Oh my
He
gosh,
turns
you
around to
should.
the rest of the group and kind of straightens his robes.
Well, we can probably talk outside. I'd prefer not to upset any of the individuals in here.
Very well.
He
Either
walks
way.
outside, and there's a few sitting areas outside. Almost seems like built around a small. Actually, I'll say it's a small statue with a harp, a statue of like a stone harp on a pedestal with these sort of semicircular stone benches sitting around it. As he slowly sits down,
Oh, well. All right. So how it began? Well, approximately 45 years ago, in the simple town of Taewe, there was a warlock that traveled through here. Some people say that the warlock was intentionally wanting to harm the town when he first arrived. Others say that he didn't care and simply wanted a place to stay, and his anger got the better of him. This warlock traveled into the forest, previously unnamed, simply the nearby woods, and began experimenting with dark magics there. So, if I remember correctly, it had to do with the Shadowfell. I believe he was attempting to contact the Shadowfell and its dark forces. That, slowly but surely, those dark forces responded and expanded throughout the woods southward, until they eventually affected the town of Taewe. Shadows, visions, fearsome creatures, said to have begun plaguing its individuals, until eventually the people had enough. They stormed into these woods and ushered the warlock out. Never knowing his name, never even much more than seeing a shadow of his face. He always wore a hood. Never stuck around. He was banished, of course, but by then the damage was done. The forest took upon a terrible curse. Just always desiring to draw in any unsuspecting victims. Until it was too late. The curse would cause them to forget who they were. Forget everything. Slowly lose their minds until there was nothing left. There's no known cure for this curse from everything that we have experimented with. No herbs, no magics.
The remove curse spell.
I'm afraid we had that tried probably 25 years ago. To no avail.
Oh, I
So
can't.
then that would beg to differ that it's not a curse, per se, right?
You don't
It's something
believe that
that-
it is a curse?
Well, if something that specifically is made to remove curses failed on said
Some
curse,
curses are stronger than such a simple spell.
so it
She
should
is
be
right.
called remove lesser curse then, or something. I'm just thinking.
He's funny. Do you experiment
wasn't
with
trying to
magic
be.
too?
Have
Do-
you done any research into curses and how deep curses can be removed?
Well, I've tried over the many years. It depends on the curse. Sometimes they're tied to a person, and the person need be killed. Some people think that this might be the case, and that the warlock that still lives needs to die in order for the curse to be removed. Others, like this one, this comedian here, as he points over at Mavis, don't believe that it is a curse at all.
Try scientist.
Well, it cannot be both.
Well, maybe. How would science explain this?
Well, it's not a curse. It's some sort of infection or some sort. Maybe there's something on the trees. Maybe it's a fungus that grows in there that when you inhale it causes something to grow in your brain. I don't know. There's many different explanations.
So you're
No,
saying
only one way to be sure,
there's
though.
fungus among us.
There might be.
That caught me so off guard. I was like already exhaling.
Wow.
The fact is, everyone simply jumps immediately to curse when there might be other explanations for it. And if something that said remove said curses doesn't actually work, then, well, maybe somebody should give it some more thought.
Well, we
What
have
ab-
Well, that's what we're here to do.
Exactly.
You want to remove the curse?
Yes.
If possible.
Your people shouldn't have to suffer like this.
Why would you do that for us? You have no ties here, no incentive.
So you can say that suffering is my tie. I'm an Ilmatari.
I'm a dragon lord.
I can't stand you. You seem so happy.
Oh my god, that was good. He glances down now at your hands, which you pretty much always hold the prayer beads, right? Yeah.
If they're not like on the palm, they're
Right.
on the wrist.
Okay.
Like, they just move like a little bit.
As he, like, his eyes kind of squint, like looking for a memory.
I believe we had an Ilmatari cleric pass through our town once. Several years ago at this point, but you take on the suffering of others, if I'm not mistaken from what I remember.
We do.
Well, it makes more sense to me then. But I still ask, what? I understand that it's you, but what about all of them? Why would you do that for us? Of course, I'm very grateful. Don't misunderstand me, but what if you are working with the warlock and you want to pick up where he left off?
I don't believe in, well, warlocks, per se. I've never seen one.
Well, they're very real. You
Well,
should
I'm
be
not with
careful in withholding belief of things just because you have not seen them. That can get you killed.
Fair.
Well, I mean, I suppose that there are ways that you could investigate. You know that the deeper into the woods, the darker it gets.
We learned that the hard way.
You've been there.
Oh.
Yes. I mean, we should
Yeah.
be forthcoming with this information. We went in.
Yeah. There's another reason why we might want to help, and that's... We did go into the forest, and we did see some things. And now have been, some of us anyway, dancing. No, I mean, slowly forgetting things. Randomly.
Who's been forgetting things?
I have.
Laren. What did you think about this?
I don't want to make Gar feel bad.
I have nothing to say at this moment.
You should have told us sooner.
You have.
Gar, it's also you, okay? I'm not just gonna conceal that from you. You can forget things all left and right, all day long.
So
It
two
doesn't
of you.
matter who's been forgetting things.
May,
Exactly. What matters is that we need to fix it.
May, as you're talking,
Yes.
God damn it. I knew this was gonna happen.
you lose your train of thought.
I'm gonna look at my journal because I anticipated this happening. I'll be like, were we talking about infections?
Well,
There was a possibility of one. Wait, what?
Well, if
Oh,
it's
no.
an infection, it could be a disease. And I have the ability to remove diseases, or at least detect them.
well, you could, if you could attempt it, it would be your decision, of course. But
Yeah.
we have tried many years. All we can do is make the suffering easier.
As he looks over at the temple again.
I cast detect poison and disease while looking at Laren.
Okay. As you take a second and you kind of just take a deep breath, look over at your holy symbol, and it just flares up with this cyan energy that you're used to. You feel this warm sensation as almost like this feeling around you. You know when you would be able to detect anything poisonous or diseased, whether it's a source or afflicted by it, and nothing pops up on your radar.
I look around in the last 10 minutes, so I'm looking around. Do I see poisoned or anything that could be a poison?
Correct. Let me see.
Or
Does it say you
disease.
actually can see like an aura or something?
It's a 30-foot
Oh, you just sense it.
radius, right? And I can sense the presence and location of.
Okay. So you take a
On
second.
stone, behind stone.
you just kind of stand up while you still feel this energy affecting you. You walk around for a little bit, walk a little bit closer to the temple where you know for sure you're within 30 feet, within eyeshot of somebody that appears to be rolling over restlessly in their sleep. And nothing. Like, of anywhere you feel like here would be where you would. And nothing jumps out to you.
It's definitely not poison or disease. I'm not seeing any of the two anywhere.
May, are you all right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. No, it's spreading. We all went into the woods, so I'm assuming we're all affected by it.
No,
so we really need to get a
this does
jump on
not-
this before we forget everything.
This does not spread. It never has. Anybody that has it has caught it from the woods.
And well, we were all there, so
Well,
I haven't forgotten anything yet, but if I do, there's gonna be hell to pay.
it is only...
Mavis, you might want to start writing things down.
I always do.
See, like little like jumbled notes of this conversation.
That's alright.
you, how...
As he glances over at you, Gar. Yes, Stewie. I love him.
How were you able to tell that there's not a disease or a curse? How can you be certain?
I am a cleric of Melora.
Ah, well, a pleasure to have a cleric here. If anyone that would have a chance at fighting against something, a curse, cleric or paladin would be.
Oh, paladin. No, Ilmatari, he would know you're a paladin. Oh, wait, you didn't say Templar, did you?
I did not.
Yeah,
but
so-
I mean,
Or a follower of Ilmater would be our best bet. Do you all wield magic then?
some of us wield science, but
That's me. Science, brain power.
and
Brain
others wield blades.
Wield
but
science.
the majority of us do.
Oh, very well. Whatever you have, it will be of aid to you, I'm sure.
Right. So
I
you
think
said
I
we can.
remember what I was going to say. Mavis, I think we're going to actually need to investigate the actual woods.
I suspected as much.
There was something else to the sentence.
What?
It's all right, May.
It's quite all
It's
right.
just the plan. Okay. We need to get a jump on this. So you said we can investigate further by going deeper into the woods. There's a source there, perhaps?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Nobody ventures
Well,
there. No.
Mavis, before we do that, you said the town, I assume not 45 years ago, but sometime after the warlock came in, they ran him out of the woods.
They did, yes. Never saw
Where-
him again.
Do you know where they ran him out towards, or where he might have gone?
I'm afraid I was not part of the original crew that went to run him out. I only heard the stories that he was run out.
Okay.
No name,
But-
but description? Facial features.
Hooded. Always hooded.
Well, that doesn't help us much.
No.
And then my other question is a GM question.
Mm-hmm.
How much do I know about Shadowfell?
Ooh. Okay, make a history check.
I know jack shit about
But
it.
bing, here comes the city.
I'm gonna say it's a
one.
13. Oh, not bad. Okay, that's pretty good.
That was literally a 13 roll.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh wow, it was.
I used the 13 rolls of 13, but got close.
Yeah. I'll say that you have heard of the Shadowfell. You know it to be... Yeah. You know that the Shadowfell and the Feywild are mirrors of the material plane. One being in a positive energy, the other being in a negative energy. They are diametrically opposed, and... Let's see. I mean, it's... Let's see. You know that it is named Shadowfell for a reason. Creatures of shadow, not necessarily demons. Creatures of shadow dwell there. And you know that portals can exist that traverse between both the Feywild in the material plane and the Shadowfell in the material plane. Beyond that, unless you're looking for something specific, you would know that as general knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's pretty much what you know of that. What was the last thing that was asked to him?
Uh-oh.
Oh no,
has
he's
a
got
curse.
Oh, got it! No!
Shit, I got it too. He was asking. I asked if he was any description of him. And he said hooded.
Yeah.
I said that doesn't help much.
He said they ran him out, and he continues.
Nobody has seen the warlock since then. In 45 years. I do not know what could be causing this. But if it is a deep curse, it could be attached to something. Or perhaps it is not a curse at all, as you say.
Indeed.
If we cannot cure it as though it is a curse, we need to keep all of our options open.
Well, just as with any disease or anything of the sort, well, you learn about it at its source. Source is a forest.
Right.
I
Well,
wonder.
Well,
Okay.
before we go back into that forest, we should probably rest.
I agree.
yes, it's
Agreed.
getting quite late.
As you look up, and the orange sky above you, while a beautiful sunset does definitely show that it's nearing nighttime here, the last little bits of light kind of just barely grazing over the tops of the trees of the forest beyond, painting them in this orange glow.
It is curious, though, why the other three ever... Zez, you haven't skipped any sentences yet, from what I can remember.
Huh?
Have I?
Blanked.
Well, maybe you
is
do
what they
have
call
it. Never mind.
Usually, forgetting your train of thought is the first symptom. It gradually gets worse over 2 to 3 weeks before usually you pass in your sleep.
How quickly do the new symptoms arrive, though? You said gradually over 2 to 3 weeks.
It is
Tomorrow
different.
morning, are we going to see a change in ourselves?
It is different for everyone. Unfortunately, I cannot say. Some people immediately. I've even known one individual that only lived a week, but others that
You
have
gotta
lived
get
a
a
month.
step on it. How long?
I turn to Chastiana.
How long have you been here? You said again.
You can see her kind of like gently twirling her rapier in her hand. Probably 4 days. It was 4 days ago is, by my recollection, 4 days is when I was passing through, coming back from, well, the karsts.
Okay. Well, then we need to hurry this up. And I guess we'll sleep first, cause, well, we're not quite in exploration condition right now.
I like the way he thinks. I myself am damn tired. So, I say we definitely sleep, get a jump on this in the morning.
Someone
Right.
appreciate some brains.
Sounds
All right.
good to me.
Here to dance more.
You can dance if you want. I'll dance with my bed
Please
in my
don't,
sleep
Gar.
and my
That
dreams.
was not pleasant.
You can dance if you want to.
I really don't want to.
It depends on
I knew this was coming.
Yeah.
Right. Back to the what's it called? This is
Oh no, he has it.
the crooked nook.
The crooked nook.
Damn, I gotta
yes,
separate my notes better. That's some
the
bullshit.
Crooked Nook should have some rooms available for you.
Oh, yes, I actually already paid for rooms for everyone.
Perfect. Aben usually does a good job of making sure that everything is sorted, and we get many visitors throughout here, so should be well accommodated, given the living conditions at least.
Maybe you should put up a warning sign on the forest, just around the perimeter or something. Then, if it's this common that people are running through here, give some sort of warning.
The forest is several miles in perimeter, and most people fear to venture too close that they may be pulled in. Unfortunately, nobody is
Well, then
brave
we'll do it
enough.
for you. I'll put up signs every mile or something.
That's not a foolproof plan. People may travel in between the mile markers.
It's something.
If you wish to do that, that is of your accord, but I do believe that if what your Ilmatai friend here says, that you can destroy it, that would be your better.
Can I insight check this man?
Sure. For what part?
Why does he sound resistant to help? Like, is he the
Sure.
warlock? Hold on.
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead and
Not a
ask.
bad idea.
Or ask.
Damn it.
Okay.
Spoiled.
15. Foiled
I don't
my
know, he was
dastardly
acting really
plan.
Weird. Oh, it's a full moon pair. I mean, obviously, when you're driving by, you're gonna see signs.
So it seemed like, based on your conversation with him, it seemed like once he learned that you were really wanting to help, and determined to go into the forest, as dangerous as it is, it seemed like that would be a better use of time than putting up signs. Seemed like that's what his response was.
All right. Still on the sus list.
Got your eye on him. Gotcha.
We just need majority vote.
Like,
Do we just
Kill him.
genocide him now?
If they're going back to the inn, I'm
Okay.
going to stay
stay with Alcaeus.
in the temple, and I'm going to help.
Okay.
I'm gonna find the donation thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Inside the temple, there's a small basin, which next to it are 2 other basins filled with water. And there's one inside that looks like it has some silver pieces, some copper pieces inside of it.
I dropped 5 gold, and
You see one of the, what looks like probably an herbal healer or someone of the sort. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of actual magical clerics here, at least not at first glance. Obviously, you wouldn't know for sure. But somebody else handing down some sort of medicine as they look up, and they do like a double take at the bowl, thinking maybe it's copper at first. And they look up at you with these eyes of like a thank you bow, and they give you a smile as they turn back to the person that they were working
I
with.
just kind of give a gentle wave, like, don't worry about it. No.
It's this female human. You can see she gives you like these appreciative eyes, like, I know, but still, like, it seems like this town, they're used to the silver and the copper, and they're a small town, and while they have to support a lot of adventurers coming through, it doesn't seem like this is very common that people do this, and so she definitely seems appreciative.
And she just books it for the bowl, grabs the gold, and runs out.
And then she's like, oh, it's my money now. So as before you do that, as the conversation finishes, you see Alcaeus kind of like get up from the seat.
Oh, well, if you need anything from me, we have items, potions, and the sort. If you're truly going into the woods to
That's not a
banish
bad
this.
idea.
Well, then I'll,
Where are they located at?
well, just inside here. We keep them in case of the worst of patients. Unfortunately, I will not be able to give you all of them, but some,
No,
perhaps.
even one. We'll take anything.
Very well.
I do have another question for you.
Very well.
Is there anyone in this town who was alive during that time? The time of the warlock?
There are some, yes.
Other than yourself, of course.
Other than myself, there's still a farmer on the eastern end of town who owns one of the older farms. I believe he farms potatoes, and he was alive back then. Unfortunately, anybody not alive back then has probably been taken by the curse or moved on out of fear.
Alright. What was his name?
Larry Mangar, if I'm not mistaken.
Very mango.
Yes,
Spelt
he's-
it right.
Nice.
You can find him on the eastern end of town, and like I said, look for potatoes.
And how old were you when all this happened? Back in the day.
I believe I was 21, if I'm not mistaken. I'm now 66 years old, and been magistrate of this fine town for the last decade, doing what I can to help out.
My sus
And-
radar going off at this one. That's all I'm saying.
Any village elders or anything of the sort? Or are you the eldest?
I'm the eldest that is still here. Most farmers, once they are done with their farming life, move to Harmony.
Right. Okay.
Of course, there are
well,
elders that still live here. I mean, none that work. Let me rephrase. I am the magistrate of this town, so nobody else on some council or anything of the sort. But you can find people of all ages on the outskirts within the town itself. Why do you ask?
How about this Larry man? How old is he?
I believe he's 70. Well, I've never asked his precise age, but in his 70s at least.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
Question for
Mhm.
you. Do you tire of ceaseless life?
Where are
I'm assuming everybody's watching, so make
Oh yeah.
insight checks.
I look on with a proud smile.
Yes, Larry. Carrying.
Insight checks. Where's my attributes?
Oh, what the
Do I
fuck?
get
Yeah.
Poor Zeus, man.
Damn.
Oh, so
You're thrown
as
off by the question too.
Laren,
You're surprised.
so let's see, Gar, Mavis, and Zeus. You look over at Alcaeus, trying to see if he exhibits any signs of the Order of the Dark Knight. And the last little bits of sunlight in the distance glancing over the trees just blind you, and you're like, oh god, no, please. But
Like,
Laren and May, yeah.
Get the fuck out of here, Lane.
Yeah,
I'm
pretty
so tired.
much.
I'm so tired of you.
sorry, I didn't mean to throw you off.
I mean, like, literally. Laren and May, you take a look at him, and he has this genuine look of, like, confusion, and then he's like, he takes a second and looks back at you, Laren.
I suppose it's not the best when you're blinded by the light when you're trying to farm or something. Some of the farmers say that, but I don't know who would tire of the light. It's very helpful.
Some of the farmers say that.
Yes. So I've heard.
Which farmers?
No.
Okay, this is literally just me as a DM, like, not saying the right things.
I was like, we're gonna go investing. Yeah. I don't know what this means, but damn.
In the morning, they say that the light goes in through their windows. It wakes them up. I am not quite certain. I don't know why you would tire of it forever.
Is that all they say?
Is it okay? Like, do you tire? Does it harm you?
He, like, reaches over and
No.
puts a hand on your shoulder.
You do not need to tire of the ceaseless light.
I'm all right.
will be okay.
I promise you.
Some people have sensitivity to these sorts of things, and it can become blinding, you see.
He's not off my sus list, but that was
mistake. Oh shit! I
We just gotta head back to the Crooked Nook now.
Yeah.
Thank you for all the
Pardon me.
information, Alcaeus.
Thank you.
Very well, of course. Well, if you need anything, please let me know. Oh, and I'll have the potions sent over to... who should I
perfect.
send them to at the end?
Mavis Jones.
Mavis Ships, of
Oh, wait.
course.
I don't have to bag anymore.
Zeus.
The guards rush.
Oh, Zarash,
I
of
was
course.
planning on staying, so I'll just deliver them.
Ah, perfect.
You're staying?
Yes.
Why?
People suffering here, and this temple could use some assistance.
Inside check.
She hasn't been able to get her suffering.
Sure.
For
May, go ahead and roll whichever one to
Yeah.
me.
Ilmatari has wounds.
Okay.
I believe her. I'm just
You
moving.
roll.
Probably a 14.
Okay. May seems in this moment, Mavis, a little bit tired, a little bit exhausted from the events of
He's weak.
this last
Arms
day.
are heavy.
Mom's spaghetti just everywhere, and that's just exhausting.
How'd you know what I was gonna cook for them?
Oh hell yeah! You're forgiven.
But she seems honest.
I'm a real Italian spaghetti.
All right.
Okay, well. I'm heading back to the inn. Goodbye.
It was a pleasure to meet you.
And you as well. I'm sorry. I hope this is of some help. And if you're serious
He kind of leans in.
about getting rid of this, the town of Taewe would never be able to repay you.
There'd be no need to.
Taewe.
Benefit-
Didn't even notice. I'm sorry. And you can see him make a perception check.
Perception check.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hot damn.
You can see, like, it's very obvious. He has a genuine look of appreciation, like serious appreciation on his face when he says this to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you notice that.
Honestly, Elkis, it's what needs to be done. As my companion stated,
Well-
there's people suffering that don't need to, and if we can end that suffering, we shall.
Yes, well, unfortunately, the thing that needs to be done is always sometimes not so clear to some people. It is refreshing to see. I must get back to my duties.
We were talking about.
I believe you were talking about... Oh, no. Young Dragonborn.
It's all right. It's all right.
You as
It was
well.
very nice to meet you.
And you as well. If you need any help, I'll be here.
He slowly, he doesn't have a limp, but he walks slow. Slowly walks back inside. May, I'm assuming you join him. The rest of you guys make your way back to the tavern. Chasiana, pretty much the whole way, it's like she is fiddling with her rapier. She tosses it up into the air and keeps catching it. It seems absolutely effortless for her. And she almost seems to be doing it out of habit here. Almost like it gives her some sort of comfort. You guys make your way back to the inn, and unless you're doing anything before going to bed...
I am.
Go for it.
But it's not RP. I'm gonna identify that ring.
Okay,
Cast identify on it.
Sure. So you take a second to cast your goggles upon your eyes. And
I actually didn't hear what he said, but
Is it cast identify?
Said cast identify.
Identify.
that's what the word says, Nick.
So you take a second with
I'm
the
gonna
ring.
use my goggles.
After, I'm assuming after you're in your room.
Yeah.
Okay. You identify this as... So you take a second, you put your goggles on, and like that meme of the dude with a bunch of calculations zooming in at once, you suddenly know everything about this item.
Hell
As
yeah.
you take your goggles off, science worked out there, and
Yeah.
you know this to be
Great
a
power.
ring of water walking.
Ooh, spicy. Sorry.
Yes, it... 1 second. I will add that to your inventory.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
And then I'm counting the gold. Like,
Sure.
what I got.
That's gonna sound like you're dropping a lot of shit because those are pills.
So, the ring of water
bad.
walking while wearing the ring, which, if I'm not mistaken, does not require attunement.
Oh,
Yeah,
hell
it doesn't require attunement. Just while wearing the ring, you can walk on any surface of water as if it were solid ground.
Cool.
Also has another effect that is fucking dope.
Would this
Does
be
it?
You are
terrible?
underwater when you put the ring on. It propels you upwards.
That's
At
right.
a rapid speed.
Yeah, like a floaty.
Ooh.
Fucking torpedo.
I can be like a dolphin. Let's go.
I
Mavis the dolphin.
Maybe it's the dolphin.
You see Mavis shoot like.
So, you take the time to count the gold. It seems like make a roll 2d20 for me.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna have me roll to see if I counted right. I was like,
No, no.
how dumb do I think I am? 20 intelligence.
You find a total of 220 gold in there.
Damn.
You really rolled a 20 and a 2.
Did.
So that.
Elvin's got to get his roll in there somehow.
So,
All right.
anybody else doing anything before the night? And May, are you spending the night there, or going until you're really tired and then going back to the room?
I would not spend the whole night there, but I'd be there probably till like midnight or 1 a.m.
Okay. Make a medicine check for me.
Did Discord die just for me?
I guess.
We can hear you.
I didn't hear anything May said.
Oh,
Oh.
really?
Oh,
She said she was gonna stay there, not like the whole night, but pretty late into it.
Yep. Let me see. Okay. Throughout the course of probably the next 4 to 5 hours, you ask how you can help out. The different... Some clerics, some seem like just medicinally trained individuals. Show you the different teas and herbal remedies that they've been using. Are you using any magic to help with this, or?
I really have none available. But considering it's the end of the day, I'll cast. I have 2 first level spell slots, so I'll cast some Cure Wounds, I guess.
Sure. It seems like with a few of the people that you cast this Cure Wounds on, it seems to kind of help relax them a little bit. But, May, make a perception check for me.
Damn, if I only had a 2nd level spell shot. I wanted to see what Calm Emotions did. Anyway, you said do what?
Make a perception check for me, yeah. Okay.
Wow. Disrespectful.
Yeah, throughout the portion of the night, you spend some time helping probably a good 6 or 7 different individuals that you personally take care of. 5 of them seem helped by the Cure Wounds, by just your presence in general, trying to make sure they stay calm, trying to help them understand what's going on. A couple people are a little bit more difficult. They seem like they lash out occasionally, not even intentionally at you, but at things that they're seeing, like they're seeing hallucinations, and just generally like they're being tormented. But nevertheless, a few hours pass by. We're able to help them with that. And at the end of it, this, although you don't know she's the same one, this same female member of the temple comes by and just stops you before you leave. Thank you for offering your assistance. It gets a little difficult around here with so many people. And you look around, and there's probably about a couple dozen people in here that are afflicted in some way.
I can imagine. I'll help out as long as I'm in town.
Well,
I'm amazed at the amount of people when they only last like a month.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wait.
Going to that forest.
Actually,
Yeah, I was
that's a
gonna
good
say, like-
point. That's a good point. There would not be a couple dozen people in here. There would probably only be... No, that's a really good point. There would probably
they
only
said
be
they get a lot
about...
of travelers.
They only live.
They
a
do
couple
get
more
travelers,
people.
but still, I mean, it's not like, like
it's a small town.
yeah,
There's
it's not like an
population
entourage of
like,
people passes by every day. So
maybe
I'm going to say it's
100. Like
actually
80
more
dozen?
like, yeah, like 7. I'm going to say 7 people here.
7 people.
Yeah.
Before I leave, though, I pray till Ilmater. Because I'm May. And I would ask that, if there truly is no cure for this, that he put all their suffering onto me instead. Basically, the non-RP version of that prayer.
Yeah.
Sorry, wasn't
Yeah.
in the mood. But yeah, that if there truly is no cure for this curse, that I take it from everyone else, even if it means I die instantly.
Roll a D100 for me.
Roll
Oh
that
God, no! Whoa, new character, boys!
No, you...
Whoa.
Is that good?
Oh.
Oh my gosh, if you had rolled a 98.
Then she would have died. Unfortunate that 98 does that to people.
Unfortunate that happens
Yeah.
that way. There's only a 1% chance it was on the 98.
Okay.
Oh God, I'm scared.
You finish with this prayer to Ilmater and open your eyes. Everything looks normal. You feel this sense of... One second. I gotta find this song.
Can I all of a sudden follow Omater too and like pray that he puts it on me?
That first prayer. If May dies, I want to die instead.
Yeah.
Let me die instead of May.
Let's do... Wow, I really need to expand my my playlist here.
I'm scared now. Oh my God.
Switching music,
Let's just do
though.
this one.
I
Let's
know,
just do
that's
this
why
one.
I'm scared.
Damn.
Okay. So,
What's peaceful?
I don't hear it.
that's not what I'm looking... Okay, there weren't supposed to be forest sounds, but I digress. You make your way back to the... You know what? This will frame it. You make your way back to the tavern, to your room, asking which one was for you. The innkeeper hands you a key pretty quick. You head back to the room, and you doff your armor for the night and lay down in your bed. As you're staring up at the ceiling, waiting for sleep to slowly take its natural course, you find yourself in a waking dream. In the middle of the glade that you just were in. The open one, the peaceful one, with the stump in the middle. And you are on the outside border of this glade, staring out at this stump in the center, and you feel drawn to the stump.
I would kind of look around first, but then walk towards it.
As you look around, it's somehow even more peaceful than what you just saw. You you feel like you don't have to fear anything here. As you approach the stump, you just gently sit down on it. Looking out into the surrounding forest, you see off in the distance a squirrel scale a tree being followed by another squirrel. That they're probably playing some sort of game. Fun fact, squirrels play, and that's adorable to me. You look off in the distance and you see a couple deer further off being framed by the light. And this whole place seems to exude this level of peace. Make a perception check for me.
Someone did something. There's a giant triangle.
It's happening.
It looks like someone put down a cast thing.
Okay. You know, doing the thing where you close your eyes and don't look actually helps set a DC for sure.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
You, in the course of this dream, looking out, like I said, like there's a breeze that just gently blows through. It carries a warmth on it that carries a calming summer day just before it's getting into the true heat of summer. A bird comes by, a couple different birds, and they land towards your feet, towards where the sun behind you is currently casting your shadow onto the ground. No flail, no shield currently with you, in simple clothing that you went to bed in. And the shadow of your head on the ground, the birds almost appear to be gently moving towards it. And as they approach the shadow of your head, you swear you see double. There's the shadow of your head, but there's a second shadow. Right there, as suddenly the second shadow of your head turns and teeth seem to open up towards these birds as they flutter away quickly. You look down at this second shadow, and you hear this vague whispering laugh, like as your eyes are drawn further into the forest where you guys previously ran from. And as you look back at this shadow, you sense this level of this sinister energy. Almost like, how to describe it? As you hear this laugh and look back towards where you guys came from, you feel that the two are linked.
So I feel that... Wait, what's too early?
Sorry, that the laugh, or rather where you came from, and this second shadow of yours that you're seeing.
Okay.
As the shadow seems to reemerge fully with yours, not even being able to tell the two apart, your vision slowly goes to a peaceful white as another breeze flows through, and you continue on with a not so restful sleep. I need May, Laren, and Gar to make Constitution saving throws for me. Where'd it go? There we go. Okay. May and Laren, your nights are not peaceful. You wake up probably 4 times in the night. Laren, one of the times that you wake up, you swear you see a shadow standing in your doorway. And as you try to focus on it, try to see who it could be, they disappear like they were never there. May, you swear every time you turn over, there's a whisper from the other side of you, just trying to get you to look in the other direction. But every time you try and look and face this thing head on, it's not there. Gar, your night is also not very restful. You spend a good portion of it in just terrible nightmares of Nephair and the events that led up to that. The hope that maybe that was her, and then the letdown when it was some sort of lure. May and Laren, you currently have 5% reduced maximum HP. So in the max HP, there should be a plus max. Just put negative. Wait, what would 5% be? For. Well, yeah, but it'll have to be the amount.
Oh, the actual amount.
Yeah. So for you, May, you have -2, and for Laren, you have also -2.
Do we still get the effects of a long rest?
You do, yes. So just bring everybody go and hit long rest as you come to for the rest of the day. This is like not music. This is going to be a river town, even though there's no river here, because this one just has better music.
Question.
Yes.
For my night, because craziness happened over there, I was going to say I just continue reading my book.
Okay.
Basically,
for how long?
I would read it, trance, then probably read it, because that's still pretty relaxing stuff. So.
Okay.
Probably had some dinner, went to my room, and did that stuff.
Okay.
On that for now.
I'll say you get a total of 8 hours in over that time, plus 2 hours earlier on the travels. Okay, get rid of that, get rid of that. Get rid of that. There. Oh my goodness, I have so much shit open. There we go. So, as you guys each wake up for the day, Mavis, you feel normal. You feel rested. Zeos, you also do, especially with your trance. You feel better now that you've been able to trance and not been knocked unconscious for the night.
Yeah.
You all eventually find yourselves down in the tavern, and as you reach the bottom floor on the tavern level, where is this? You guys see Chasiana waiting, kind of leaning back in a chair. One of the few patrons that's in here right now. Wait, what?
What?
I was trying to catch up on the chat there.
Wait, what's I haven't read any of this either.
Nick made Dude Man. He's on map.
Dude Man?
He was making that as you were telling the dream that May
Yeah.
had. I thought you were doing that as you were telling the story, and that was supposed to be May.
Oh man, that's amazing.
Mage is fucking big in this dream.
I am Ilmater.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even see that.
Way near Harmony, and my journals cover the top of my screen, so I didn't see anything what you were talking about. I'm like, what are you guys talking about?
Yeah. So, as you make your way downstairs, Chasiana, kind of at the bottom of the steps, she has her rapier in one hand and kind of instinctively flinging it back and forth, like it almost seems to create a tone on the wind, the way that she swings it, and it's the same tone every time. This rapier appears to be very finely made. The pommel itself is like, it almost resembles the flow of music with its elegance and the curves on it. The rapier itself, however, is relatively straight. As you guys come down, she pipes up. Well, been waiting for you. What's the plan? We heard about uncurable curse and that everybody's afflicted by it. So, what are we doing? Going into the forest?
Mm-hmm. That's what we decided on. You were there when we said it. Is it hitting you again?
No, I was making sure that you didn't forget, obviously.
I haven't forgotten anything so far.
Well, good for you.
Week.
Actually,
It is?
May, you would have brought... Roll a d6 for me.
I was just about to ask me if you
Roll
could bring
this
supply.
Yeah.
I told you.
Well, they did have a natural plus to it, so you've brought 3 healing potions. It is a small town, and they are using these for people as well, and don't seem to produce them very
I
often.
just put them on the table.
Sure.
And as I did want to speak with Gar.
Sure.
I'm gonna be rolling some dragon bones.
Okay.
You'll find me at one of the tables.
Nice.
I just sit down and wait for him to finish.
At this
Does anyone
point...
take a healing potion? Does
Sorry?
everyone have at least one healing potion?
No, I currently do not have any.
Okay. Gar, you take one.
I have 2.
I got a couple myself as well.
Okay.
I have plenty.
You have plenty. May, do you have any?
I do not.
Okay, well, here, you take this one, and I'll take one extra since I don't know any magic.
Do
Well-
either of you need any more? I actually do have like 4, so if you guys need any, like, let me know.
Why don't you take this pair of extra gloves?
You got all the healing potions. Let's do this.
Yeah.
We're gonna drown these guys out some point.
If either of you need any
everyone
more,
can
let
have
me know.
2.
I'm sitting at a table somewhat adjacent to where May and Gar are sitting and doing like that. If I had a newspaper and like
Oh my
a
God.
large rim hat and sunglasses, I'd be doing that shit.
It's his goggles and like
Yep.
his blueprints.
Exactly.
Okay. So, Laren, did
And
you give
Frederick
anyone
on the
potions?
table. And I'm kind of talking to him,
Nice. Wait,
Do what?
but he's pointed towards May.
he is? Okay. Sure. Laren, were you giving any of your healing potions to anyone? I missed that part.
It
Be
depends on
offered.
how many, how many everyone has, because I have plenty.
I
So,
have 2.
2? Okay, so I'm gonna
David
give
has
one.
2. Right?
I will give
Yeah,
one to
May
May.
has
How many
one.
do you have?
Just one.
One? Okay.
Gar has one.
I'll give another one to you too. Gar has one too?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give one to Gar and to May.
I'm
Okay.
trying to be nice
So
and just
everyone
take it. I
has
don't
2 at
want
this
this.
point.
I'm gonna give it to you.
I'm going to give it to you.
Thank you.
Go on, give it to you.
So, if I'm not mistaken, everyone has 2 at this point then?
Yes,
Yeah.
everyone has 2.
Except
Okay.
Laren has 3?
No, she had
You
4.
You have 2. Okay, you have 4. Okay.
Well, she gave
Yes.
one to each
Yeah,
of them.
we all have
so.
2. Wow.
Yeah.
And to clarify, I'm actually rolling dragon bones for a spell.
Yeah, the augury, I assume. Yep. So you take some time and clean out an adjacent table. As you start placing the dragon bones, Chasiana chimes in. Is this some sort of game? Is this going to help us in some way?
It'll help us.
Well, if you stay quiet for a minute.
Nothing's ever good has happened if I've stayed quiet.
You here?
Have a little faith, will you?
That I can do. As you place the different gems around, and I think they were uncolored, right?
They're just dragon bones. I don't use the sticks, or you either have gem inlaid sticks, dragon bones, or ornate cards, or some other divining tool.
Okay, last
Using
time
dragon
I think we had the gems as part of it. We didn't? Okay.
So I think
Then-
you just use bones.
Okay, then in that case, just the dragon bones as you lay them out and begin. Is this a ritual cast?
No, it just takes a minute to I roll
Okay.
it and then I spend a minute reading them.
Okay, so as you. They all clatter along this round wooden table. You begin separating each of these, trying to interpret their meaning. Can you link the spell again? Because I forgot exactly
Yeah.
how to do this outcome. Mm-hmm.
It's just within the next 30 minutes. basically, I'm asking the bones if heading into the woods is going to give us the result we're looking for, as far as like curing the town of this curse.
Okay. So, as you... Right, last time we had only you see the result of this. So in these dragon bones, portions of the bone itself almost seem to... some of the bones seem to crack, and you've seen this before. You see them as cracking, let me clarify. They don't actually crack. You see cracks begin to appear in some of them, whereas others seem unaffected. And you use this as kind of your tell. If all of them crack, it's bad. If nothing happens, then it's not especially good or bad. However, on the opposite side, if instead of cracking, they almost appear to roll into a natural, like, position together where they almost reform the thing that they were made of, you've seen this as a sign of a good outcome. You see some of them crack, while you see others form together. And you know this to be both weal and woe. And this is a new spell, so actually you wouldn't really have a history check on if this has happened very often before. Because
I've had this spell for a while.
Is this second level? Oh, yeah. It is second level. Never mind. You would have had it for a while then. I would say you would have even used it back in Sunset Valley. So you would have known that this could indicate that it's the right plan, but dangerous.
There could be some unforeseen consequences or bad things that could happen.
Right. Like, it's not going to say all good if there's the possibility of something bad happening. Right. So that's what you get from that.
Quickly, as I see May sitting down, I just gather them up and put them in their pouch.
Mm-hmm. As you kind of blink a couple times and clear up your eyes, you look back and the bones that had cracks in them appear flawless as before. You know this every time you cast the spell. You're the only one that sees it.
Did it reveal anything to you?
Yes. Oh, you wanted me to elaborate?
Well, I think all of us would like to elaboration, yeah.
I basically asked the Divine if we're going to receive the results we're looking for by heading into the forest. And the response was pretty clear. Not really. It's never always 100% clear, but I feel like we're on the right track. This is going to do what we set out. Though there could be quite the danger or even some consequences for doing this.
Well, the danger of not doing it is dying, so it's about the only option we have.
But this at least points us into the right direction. We know that we need to head into the woods this way. It's not that whatever it is causing it's not in the woods. So now we know for sure.
Right. No, you're right. That's helpful. Sorry for being so brazen. So,
I'm used to it with this one, and I glance at Mavis.
Speaking of...
So at the adjacent table.
We know you're there.
Blueprints.
Honey. We know.
I'm just
Only
reading
one
all of my
holding out
blueprints.
literal blueprints.
I'm just talking to Frederick about possibility of new turret. He's really excited.
I could upgrade your thingamajiggy over here, and then switch that little bolt thing over there, and then
I'm not even twisting Frederick's bolt, let's be clear. We're just friends,
Just gonna tighten some nuts.
I gotta fix the shaft over here that allows you for your firing power. Your force power is gonna increase tenfold.
Oh my gosh. You see her continue as you say that. Yeah, speaking of, you, gnome, what is it you do exactly? How are you going to contribute to the possible battle ahead?
First of all, the name's Mavis. Mavis Sims.
Mavis, I don't know that you told me that before. Chasiana, nice to
Well,
officially
you heard it
meet you.
now. I make these things. And things like this.
Then I show the gun, and I show my gauntlets, and I light a little pilot light flame from it, and then spark a little electricity from the other gauntlet.
Interesting.
My gadgets, my tools, my inventions.
Well, this one, and she kind of like reaches over and starts poking the Frederick in your hand.
With what? With her rapier?
Just her hand. Good. She takes her rapier in her other hand. This one just seems like a toy. How's that going to help?
Well, you'll see when we get into combat, won't you?
I just want to know what I'm dealing with here.
He gets exhausted, but
if we're going somewhere where we're gonna possibly run into some sort of darkness, I want to make sure that all of us are well equipped to be able to handle it. And clearly this
I've
one here is
probably
a
seen more
cleric.
darkness than you have in your whole life.
I doubt that.
And we've lived to tell the tale. You ever heard of a Baragua? How about
Actually. Oh, damn. No, I haven't. But they sound made up.
Well, they're big, they're dark, and we killed them, both.
Well, they sound fake.
Let's just say you'll find out. They're not fake, alright? If they didn't
All right,
disappear after we
so-
killed them, I could prove it. I was gonna skin him.
He's wielding confidence in a gun. What about you? As she points over at you, May.
So I decided while they were going at it that I was going to pull whoever wanted to the side to talk about something.
I see you mentioned you want to pull. Okay.
And it's not even to the side. Like, we could still be at the table. I just wanted to know.
Like,
that.
lean over and whisper to them specifically.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Not really
Well-
whispering. I just want to say, I prayed to Ilmater last night.
Mm.
And I asked if there was no cure, that I take on everyone's suffering. He
Oh.
responded, and I think there is a cure. I had a waking dream in that glade with the stump. There was another shadow on top of my shadow, one more vicious. Now, this could be a reflection of my own personality, or it could be the fact that we may actually be possibly possessed, or an extension of that shadow's will, and thus cursed.
As you say that, Chasiana like stops talking with Mavis. Whoa. Possessed? What are you talking about?
Possibly.
Oh boy.
Has anyone ever tried an exorcism?
On a curse? Nobody ever thought to.
I've only
try
ever
one
witnessed
out.
one. I've never actually done it myself.
Lots of-
You know how to do an exorcism.
Actually, I don't know, Josh.
Make a religion check here.
I don't know if I would.
Yeah. I need to actually look at your character sheet
I
for a
know how to
second.
do an exorcism.
I don't know if there's like exorcism spells.
I know, right? Like, I'm intrigued, but also...
Is that a...
Temple have holy water?
Which one did you say, Gar?
I just said revoke evil. I just...
Evil be gone. Be gone, thought.
Yeah. Can I roll religion as well to see if I know?
Yeah, yes, you can.
Time to reveal Mavis's subclass. Exorcist.
Exorcist, how'd you know?
Do this.
I feel like that goes against everything Mavis
Oh my God. 100%.
May,
Mhm.
because it's you, actually roll this with advantage.
What
Oh,
you-
okay, I understand that.
Woo! 14! Okay.
Got it.
So,
Really watch one.
whew, I will say that... Gar, you've never been in a position where you had to, although you have heard of them. You... How do I explain this? I would say both May and Gar. There's not a particular spell that comes to mind that is geared towards... Or is there? I need to actually look at your spells real quick.
I don't know if there actually
'Cause this is interesting.
is.
I don't know.
Unless it's like a homebrew spell.
Well, there are plenty of things that affect other
thinking it'd be-
creatures.
Kind of like a ritual, like an actual ritual. Because that's what an exorcism is.
Right,
Versus like spell. Unless there is a spell.
right. Okay, sorry, I'm looking through all of these right now and seeing.
Just from looking at this,
Uh-huh.
something like
restoration.
protection from good and evil, magic circle, a cleric's turn undead would cause an undead.
Oh.
Yeah, Turn Undead was the first one that came to my mind. Actually? Ooh.
But
Or-
turn undead only affects
It
undead.
lasts until the body drops to 0, the ghost ends as a bonus, or the ghost is turned or forced out by an effect like the Dispel Evil and Good spell.
Ah, okay. So then,
Okay.
because of your check on this, that would be the best thing that you know. Turn undead. If it's undead, has a good chance of it. However, you do know that any form of possession or the sort doesn't necessarily mean undead, whereas protection from evil and good is more generic.
Mm.
So it's your call on that.
Mm.
Those are the two that come to mind, though. And I'd say, May, you think of protection of evil and good, protection from evil and good, but not so much a cleric's turn undead.
Which
You do.
Both of these abilities are within my wheelhouse. May, what about yourself? I'm assuming paladins don't.
I've witnessed an exorcism, but the only thing that comes to mind is possibly casting protection from evil and good.
And do you have that ability?
I do.
Good. I do too, and I actually prepared it for today, just in case. I wasn't sure if it was actually going to work, but after speaking about this,
I can actually prepare my spells today, so I could prepare it because I haven't done it yet.
It's true. So, as you say this, Chasiana appears like she finally has put her rapier down for a second.
Time.
So you think that for the last 45 years, it's actually been possession, not a curse?
I don't know. These are possibilities that haven't been explored yet.
Is this something that we can try? I mean, anything, I guess, would help.
right? I mean, I guess we could try it now and see if it affects one of us.
I don't think
Yeah.
we should try it in the end, though, in case something actually does leave someone's body.
Yeah, that
Well, let's
probably
make our
wouldn't
way
be
to
good.
the stables then.
The
The
stables.
horse is ready.
Yes, let's.
We rode in on
Head
horses,
off
we didn't
to the
walk here.
outskirts.
The forest
to the
is right
outskirts of
there.
town
We
and
don't.
use the ability.
Right, the forest borders the town. I mean, you can walk in at any point. It still has a
But
while.
how far did we have to go
For
for
the
after we
forest?
left
10
the forest?
minutes.
Well, the forest itself
get
continued
to-
on the entire time, so you can enter it
Yeah.
even from here. But you traveled for probably another 2 miles.
Oh, okay. Okay, I thought it was like an hour or
Nope.
more.
No,
It actually
we
was really
traveled like
close.
10, 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
So then we go get the horses. We go into the forest. We try that way?
Well, we don't need the horses.
No, we could just walk in.
It's true.
There you go.
Okay, well,
So yeah, walk a bit into the forest, try that, see what happens, and bada bing, bada boom.
For science.
so how many of you have been feeling blanky?
Apparently, yeah, I have.
I have.
Me as well.
Right, so
I've
4 of
been
us as
fine.
possibilities.
I've been fine as well.
All right.
Have you ever known? I don't know if you would know this, but have you ever known anyone to be immune to this curse?
I
Actually,
unfortunately don't
before we
know very much
go-
about the curse. I myself have only been here a little bit. Stayed because I had to, because I was cursed.
Before we head into the forest, though, we did want to visit
Larry.
potato farmer, Larry.
Oh, yeah, Larry.
True.
Almost forgot about him.
Why were we checking in on Larry again?
He's an older person that was here 45 years ago during the time.
Which
Okay.
means you might remember something about how the curse was created.
And could maybe corroborate man's name that I can't remember his story.
Okay.
Alcaeus. To see if he actually truly was here since he was 21 years old and if he remembers him. I just don't know who this warlock is.
So you don't believe him?
I didn't say I didn't believe him. I just don't. Yeah, I don't believe him.
Yeah, your words didn't need to say it. Well, if we want to do that, we can. As long as you guys are serious about actually trying to get rid of this thing, that's the only thing keeping me here, so I'll follow along.
Would we not be serious if we were putting this much effort into it?
Hey, I've known
We've been
people to
calm by
lead
now.
me
We're
up until the
serious.
last minute. I keep on my own feet for a reason.
We'll keep on someone else's?
No,
I don't-
I mean I travel on my own.
Maybe I said that you stand on my feet.
I don't know what to say to that. Genuinely.
Oh my god, I've been start preparing the horses.
We visit the potato farmer and then we leave town.
Yes. Plan.
Sounds like
yep,
a plan
let's
to
stick
me.
to it.
Sounds good.
Lead the way. As she stands up and kind of resheaths her rapier. You guys head back into town, and it's a nice...
Ooh.
It's overcast today.
Oh.
It's
a nice
gloomy overcast.
day.
Nice and gloomy. Just really wonderfully not
Really
that great.
torturous. Just like right up Maze Alley.
It is overcast today. As you guys exit, did you say you're actually readying the horses?
No.
Oh, I thought May did. Yeah, May said that.
Oh my god.
No, I was really just gonna go check on them.
Okay.
I know what we said. I was just gonna check on them.
Sure. You check on them, and other than... They seem like a little uneasy, but other than that, they seem fine.
I try to calm them.
Make an animal handling check.
I feel like this is gonna go poorly.
Oh, she's gonna
That's
just
why I
bitch
said
slap
it.
one.
That
one.
Yes, calm
Oh,
emotion.
not bad.
Okay.
I should
Yeah,
just
yeah.
have calm emotion.
You take a second to just kind of brush their manes with your hand and really kind of connect with the horse for a second. And it seems like it calms them down a little bit. They seem uneasy, not so much out of, like, being stuck for so long. It almost seems more like it's geared towards... Yeah, exactly. So... But they do seem a little bit more calm after you spend a couple minutes with them. Eventually, you guys make your way a little bit further east through town, which this town is not very big. It's probably a quarter-mile wide at the most. And traveling through town, eventually you get through some of the houses towards the outer edges of town. What is that sound?
The wind.
Sorry, I'm gonna leak.
God dang it. Towards the outer edges of town, and one of the final farms that you see is... It almost... How to say? It doesn't actually border the forest, but it's closest to the forest, and it has potato fields on here that are very noticeable, and actually even a small wheelbarrow of partially harvested potatoes. You can see a man out in the field. Holy crap, 1 second, actually.
Googles.
Okay. You see a man out in the field, probably in his 30s, currently tilling the ground and harvesting some potatoes. Looks up as you guys approach. Well, howdy. Anything I can do for you? Looking for potatoes? We got those.
We're looking for Mangar.
Larry Mangar.
Mangar's my last name. Larry's my father. He's inside.
Is it possible that we could talk to him? We have...
I mean, depends on what you want to talk to him about. He's probably taking his afternoon nap, but if it's important.
Morning.
I did not say feels.
Wait, what?
Oh wait, you guys did wake up.
Did we
No,
sleep
yeah,
till
you
afternoon?
woke up. You woke up not.
Oh,
You didn't wake
okay.
up super early. 3 of you in particular, at least. But you guys didn't wake up at like noon, so no, he would not be taking his afternoon nap.
Yeah, like it's still what, like at least 10 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah, you could probably go inside and talk to him. Be my guest. Is there anything in particular that I should warn him about? Has he done something to upset?
Oh, not
Someone.
at all. Just have some questions about.
Would he normally do something to upset someone?
It depends on if somebody insulted his potato fields. As long as you don't do that, it should be fine.
Good to know.
Yes.
He's got
Do
the
we have to
best potato
compliment them?
fields in all the region.
Well,
Just
he'll
don't
tell you that.
mention them.
If you ask me, we got potatoes. A potato's a potato. They're all the same, so
I agree. This field is adequate.
don't tell him that. It's more than adequate.
All right.
As you guys make your way inside to this porch with an awning over it that appears a little bit dilapidated, but not like run down. As you make your way inside, open up the door, there is a small dining room area where currently sitting at a window seat, drinking some morning tea, is an elderly man, probably looks to be in his 70s, that looks up as you guys enter and currently has some sort of reading glasses on. And as you guys enter, he says, "Now, if you ordered something, some sort of potatoes, they'll be there when they be there. Don't rush me."
We didn't order any potatoes, I can assure you that.
Do you want to?
No.
They're great
We're fine,
potatoes.
thank you.
We were wondering if we could ask you questions about Taewe and its history approximately 45 years ago.
It's a very specific date you chosen there. Well. So I'm assuming you're wondering about the Lion Woods.
Mm-hmm.
I won't tell you anything that anybody else tells you.
Do you know anything about the warlock?
Not more than the average person. He wore a hood all the times that he came into town, and when we ran him out, nobody got a good look at his face. I remember being there the day of. Ran into that forest. Probably half the people ran back as soon as we ran in. Didn't care about Didn't care about doing the right thing. They just wanted to make sure they were safe. But the rest of us, we charged in there. Ran that warlock out. Damage was already done.
What did you find when you ran in?
There was broken down stone, like what used to be a building. Probably where the warlock spent his time.
Well, if it was already broken, that seems kind of odd for it to be his building, wouldn't it?
It did seem odd, but
Did it seem like it was once just a normal building, or like a tower, like a watchtower of some sorts, or?
it's difficult to tell. It was seems like normal building size by my recollection.
Was there anything unique about the building?
The building itself, not really, but there was a fountain there. That seemed a little bit odd.
Anything on the fountain?
None of us got close enough. Too scared, shaking in our boots. We just got rid of that warlock. He ran away, never returned. In fact, he seemed scared himself.
Of you, or something else?
I would hope it would be of
Probably
us.
something.
We marched in with pitchforks and torches and the like.
Pitchforks. It sounds terrifying.
Well, it is terrifying. Poke you with a pitchfork. Hurts.
You get poked with a pitchfork.
How long was the warlock?
Sorry.
Jabby, jabby.
Go ahead.
Have you ever been stabbed by a pitchfork?
Oh my god. Mavis just gives him the most deadpan look.
He gives you the most, like, yeah, damn, I'm right nod.
God.
What was your question, Zeos?
How long was the warlock in town and, doing his stuff here before you ran him out?
Probably only about a month. Never stayed in town very long, though. Just only to get supplies or something.
So you came in, went into the woods, got supplies, then the woods changed, you ran him out, and now...
Damn it, I see everybody laughing, just throw me off. Okay. Whew. What was your last question?
I don't fucking know.
You asked about he would come into town, get supplies.
Yeah. That's about it. And then the forest changed. A month later, you guys didn't like it. The curse started happening, and then you ran him out.
Well, it started before a month. I mean, probably only a couple weeks or so. But by the time it reached us,
Wait, how do you know it started before reaching you?
people already started going into the woods. And some people went too far. Now, eventually that got closer. Eventually people from in the town were feeling compelled to go into the woods even from here. By that point, who knew how many we could lost? How many we could have lost.
Had anyone been into the forest prior to the warlock coming to town?
I mean, not for anything in particular. If you go into the forest or something. Hunting.
I'm just wondering if the building was there prior to the warlock being there.
Well, unfortunately, son, I can't help you with that one. Nobody stayed around. We just did our business and left. What's Rachel?
And do you remember during these days, Alcaeus? Was he helping you in the invasion or in the running out of the warlock, or was he one of the ones that stayed on the sidelines?
Nah, Alcaeus wasn't there. I mean,
when did Alcaeus come?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he moved in. Well, right about that time, probably only a few months.
Before or after?
After. No, it was after, that's for sure.
He moved in after the warlock had been run out?
Well, yeah, before then, I guess he'd just been a visitor or something. People move in and out of here all the time.
And he had no notoriety. He wasn't slated to be the...
What is he, the magistrate or something now?
Magistrate, yeah.
He wasn't slated to be the magistrate back then, or...
No, he hadn't been the magistrate except for the past decade.
And he was... But he was around before the warlock. Just no notoriety. Correct? Or did he only show up after?
I didn't know the man except for the last decade since he's been the magistrate. I just know he wasn't there with us on the initial raid.
Intriguing.
We should check out the forest then. No.
Wow, what drove you to that?
Oh.
Well, that's about all the questions that I had.
Anybody else have questions for me, or can I get back to...
Yeah, I have a question. Do you think you're possessed?
He's a funny one. He's a joke teller, isn't he? No,
He
I don't
is,
think.
yeah.
I don't think I'm possessed. I've been me for 73 years.
It's a long time.
Damn right it's been.
The curse could be possession.
You know, what makes you think that?
No, it's just a theory. Everybody's been trying to cure a curse, and it hasn't been working.
It's true. Well, what else would it be?
A possession?
Or
You
disease. Well, you already checked that.
went
Never mind.
into the woods, and you were never afflicted.
Not me. Some others that were with me, they were.
Did you ever see anything?
In the woods?
Yeah.
Saw shadows. Heard whispers. Like
Shadows of what?
just shadows. It's like they were alive. They were trying to...
Did you see a loved one?
No. Oh, no, I wasn't a victim to the Lion Woods. I went in there willingly.
So it's selective?
Well, no, if you get close enough, from what I hear. Then you would. But at that point was when it just started getting closer to the town. So,
It does still beg the question why Zeus and I haven't been affected at all. Maybe it is selective.
And you.
well,
Hey.
I suppose so. It could be. Some people seem more resilient to that sort of thing.
Maybe you're just stronger willed.
Either
It is
that.
a fair thing. If you aren't afraid, there's nothing to be afraid of. If you are afraid, it gets you.
Well, you can try that, I suppose, but
A lot of people that came out of there seemed pretty frightened.
I was too.
Actually, a question for out of character.
Two of you
with
looked
our-
like you just realized something important.
I did just realize
Yeah.
something important.
When we all rolled and they rolled higher than we did, was it me and Gara and May that rolled lower?
That's what I just
It was?
realized.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I just realized.
Okay.
Wow. I'm slow.
Huh.
Anyway.
Me too. I feel ya.
No, I didn't, because I
Poor
failed
girl.
it, I think. I
Yeah.
just, was like,
You
oh,
brush
okay.
it off.
I figured
Yeah.
that out as soon as he was like, "Hey, you forgot what you were thinking or talking about."
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's just like, well, there
Right
goes
there with
me.
ya.
I was in character, sorry.
That's also why, like, when you
I'm
said
slow,
we're
though.
gonna leave Gar and Laren together, I didn't, as Zeos, say anything about that, because as character, I'm like, I know, even though I know Laren's gonna start forgetting shit, it's fine.
Yeah.
Right.
No.
That
Right.
makes sense.
Well, I think we've learned all we can from this gentleman. Let's go to the
Indeed.
meeting.
Why all the questions about Alcaeus?
There's a lot of mystery surrounding this curse, and we just wanted to know if this warlock truly had no known identity. Well, maybe he's still sticking around,
Now listen here.
keeping tabs on the curse.
You ain't accused, and he kind of like points forward on a table in front of him. You ain't accusing Alcaeus of being some evildoer around these parts. He's done good for this town.
Did you hear any accusations come out of my mouth? I'm asking questions.
I've heard a lot of people speak with things other than their mouth.
Well, I'm speaking with my mouth.
He's speaking.
I just pictured the Ace
hit
Ventura scene. I'm here to ask you a few questions.
Real. We're like 2 hours past the first time.
Oh man. Oh,
I can assure you I'm not talking out my ass here.
I was
speaking out
talking
of my
about your
mouth.
body language, son.
All right. Well, thank you very much for answering our questions and allowing this time.
Yeah, of course.
Good luck with your potatoes. We'll be going now.
I appreciate it. Those things won't grow themselves. And he starts getting up and seeming like he's grabbing a.
That's literally what plants do.
I was about to say the same thing. I'm like, plants kind of just grow themselves. All you do is water them.
Oh my god.
This man is a wealth of knowledge.
He's
so
a
sorry.
farmer.
I'm broken.
Oh my god. Oh.
Okay.
Oh shit.
So we head to the woods.
Yeah, as you guys exit the building, Chasiana leans over. Did you hear what he said about a pitchfork?
I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it.
I prefer my rapier. That's all I'll say.
Listen, let's get to the edge of the town. Let's get into the forest. I have a spell that I want to try.
Very well. Sounds like a
Very
plan
well.
to me. You guys make your way to the edge of town, and as you pass by the town center, the center of town, you make your way north towards the border of the forest. As you stand at the border of the forest, oh my god, thank you for the raid, Asuka Cross, whoever you are. You rated us at such a strange portion of this episode. Oh, and also, you guys stand at the edge of the forest, staring into the entrance, where, I mean, the entrance being just between the trees that you're about to travel. And it's still this peaceful, inviting nature, but you swear it's like, as you stare deeper into the forest, you can feel this dark, sinister energy, like, calling for you to fall victim to this lure into it. Even though some of you already have experienced the effects, you feel like it has been doing this a long time. Whatever this curse or whatever it is have been doing it a long time, and is just waiting for its next victim. And as you stare into the forest,
Go ahead.
well, what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna ask how large the actual forest was that we.
The forest right now, looking out in either direction, you can't see an end to it. Partially because of the way that the road curves, naturally forming this forest, and further off to the east as well. Like both your east and west, as you stare off in either direction, it appears to curve off to some way where you can't see the end. At least in your immediate vicinity, though, probably a few hundred feet out in either direction.
Cool.
Yeah, so as you stare out into this forest, preparing for the journey ahead, that is where we'll end the session for tonight. Because...
Oh my god.
I knew right when you started describing the forest, we're like, that's where he's gonna end.
Yeah, I have to. Like, we're at 4.5 hours.
When we went to bed.
Alright,
We're gonna go to sleep, we're gonna end the session, and then you're like, alright, now in the morning. I'm like, oh, we're going.
Yeah.
We're still going.
Nope. Oh man.
Oh my gosh,
I
that was
have
hilarious.
not laughed that hard since Zach.
Oh my gosh.
I haven't laughed that hard. Zach or not, like I have not laughed that hard.
I literally was just like trying to.
See my pants. Oh my god, I was laughing so much, and every time I looked up, somebody else was laughing, and then I would just keep laughing, and then I had to mute myself because I just started crying because I couldn't stop laughing.
Oh
my
man.
god.
That was. I was trying to actively not say things based on my knowledge of the situation and simplify as much as humanly possible, and I think I went too far.
It was perfect.
Oh.
Is there a clip?
I'm like gonna cry. Like I'm just. I can't.
That was. Is there what?
I'm definitely gonna go back through and clip that. That
Oh
was
my god.
Did someone clip that? It needs to be clipped.
Okay, so for everybody in chat, we'll be back. Possibly not. Okay, so let me get this right, because we have to go somewhere towards the end of the month, and we might not be here Saturday the 27th. We might have to do it 2 Tuesdays from now again, Tuesday the 30th. But I don't know for sure yet. I'll try and keep y'all apprised. And then from April 1st to the 14th, we're gonna have company over, so we'll let you guys know when we're available during that time. Somebody in chat, Asuka Cross is very happy with your cat ear headphones.
I saw.
Oh
I
man.
can't type right now. I'm sorry.
Okay, we're gonna raid Lynette. She's currently streaming some Destiny 2.
Let's go.
Also, Asuka, how was your stream? I'm assuming you were doing... Oh, you were doing retro. Interesting. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate that. Huh?
Playing Xenogears, it looked like.
I know, right? Destiny has changed a lot. Like, they just keep adding new stuff. Alright. Whew. Currently running a level 20 evil campaign. Oh my.
That's fun.
Man.
Outrun.
Don't even. Don't toy with my emotions. Xenogears, and it was wonderful. Oh, nice. Nice, really good to hear. Well, thank you for the raid. Again, sorry you caught us right as we were ending. We're at the end of a 4.5 hour session, and we were derailing in the best way. So, oh, I was instinctively going to shout out Bit for the stream, but it's not tomorrow.
No.
Well, we can still do a little.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it.
Stop it. Oh my god. I don't want to be popular.
Oh, man. It really is.
I need more people to watch this shit show.
We were in tears, Asuka.
I'm a murderer.
Oh. All right.
Gave birth to characters, so
let's raid Lynette, and
I'm just
oh my gosh.
then we'll let you guys know when we come back. Thank you to the players as always for
dealing
with
with
all of the adjustments in start time.
The
But
trampoline man.
Oh,
The trampoline
the
man.
trampoline man. Oh.
That's the best way to say goodbye to Steve.
Actually, Actually, Asuka, the party stays really on plot. Like, they do a good job. There was like, I don't know what happened. I just channeled too far in the opposite direction. Oh my god. All right.
You know, when we got to the town, we met Christiana, and then you said that she had the memory issues. I was like, well, there's a forced plot point.
Oh, she doesn't have memory issues. She's just...
She's cursed.
Yeah.
Cursed.
Yeah.
So am I.
So I'm like, there's two things we could do.
Meter would not
Either we
smite
could
me
say-
down, god damn it.
Oh.
We could save the
I mean,
town
what?
and do that, or we could just, you know, say, screw it, we're just gonna go find it ourselves and leave the town to itself.
It's true. You do have those options, but you have heard that even if you knew where these monks were, having somebody there, oh, the raid's gonna force me to do it. Bye, chat. We love you guys.
Oh, I just punched my mic.
Lindsay, the spell I just did.